All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 143. Thank you guys so much for waiting patiently, as always, while the credits roll there in the intro. Hope you enjoyed the new music, some Metal Gear Solid 2. I forget which track exactly that is. I could check real quick here. I think it's Strut D. Yeah, Sediment Pool. So, yeah, I figured it was it was a good time, good timing to use some Metal Gear music because we're gonna be talking a little bit about Metal Gear today. Can't help it. Richard, I see you mentioning. I've seen you mention it a couple times now. You're saying probably monsters conversation. I don't know. Is there anything regarding that studio specifically, or that? I don't know if they're a studio or a publisher. I know they're working with Sony. Is there anything that I may have missed? Because there's definitely some like breaking news. I mean, I'm using that in quotes, but stuff that just came out today that I want to talk to you guys about. I'm trying to angle myself a little bit better here. I've been trying to look at the camera more. I know I have kind of have it off to the side here. But I see somebody saying the Forespoken trophy list is up and it's easy. Let's go. Is it easy? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm gonna end up passing on Forespoken because at that time we got Dead Space remake coming out, and to me, I don't know, Dead Space remake's got my attention more so than Forespoken. Nick Taylor says, "Scroll up and read my bars." Where at, Nick Taylor? How far up? Scrolling up now. Might just have to copy and paste it, man. The chat's always overwhelming. If you wouldn't mind putting it in the chat again. All right, guys. So, yeah, letting people kind of file in here. Let me bring this up. This always falls down. See somebody saying showcase. Yeah, so I'm going to give you guys, we'll do the housekeeping stuff. Okay, so actually there's something I want to say right now. This is specifically for Devil Shooter. Now, I don't know, Devil Shooter, if you're here right now live in the chat, but that's okay, even if you're not. I'm sure you'll hear this at some point. So for those who don't know, Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the podcast each and every week, which is amazing. See, the thing about Devil Shooter and his timestamps is they're done really, really well. Like, they're extremely in-depth. I'm sure anybody who watches the podcast after the fact knows this. However, Devil Shooter, I want to make a request. Don't do it, though, if it's going to like interfere with the way you do the timestamps. But in order for me to actually copy and paste those timestamps into the video description, so that way it can actually create chapters on the video itself, it needs to be done in a specific way. And you're actually not too far off from doing it the exact way that YouTube asked you to. I think you just basically have to make sure that there are no spaces, basically. Because I tried to take the timestamps you did for the last podcast and put it into the description, but I noticed that there's basically a couple spaces before you write the specific topic. So basically what I'm trying to say is if you're able to just kind of adjust that a little bit, I will actually be able to put those timestamps right into the description of each podcast. So that way there can actually be chapters for people to click on the podcast. So, we can talk about this in the comment section, hopefully a little bit more. But I figured I would put that at the beginning of the podcast here. Yeah, clearly he's not here right now, but I know he's going to be watching this later on. So, If you can't figure it out or it's giving you any trouble, again, Devil Shooter, don't worry about it because it's really not that big of a deal. I think for people to just kind of scroll down and look at the timestamps you put at the pinned comment. Okay, so with that being said, I also want to let everybody know ways you can help support the channel here. Most of you already know this, but it's just worth reiterating. First and foremost, just watching the content is the most important, obviously. Can't do what I do here if nobody's watching. Going above that, you can hit the like button to help with YouTube's algorithm and kind of get the content to spread a little bit further. And then if you really want to go above and beyond and you want to show extra support for what I do here, you can do so by donating a super chat, becoming a channel member. I'm sure you guys know by now, it helps me tremendously, and I very much appreciate it. So thank you for everybody who does that. Nick Taylor, you keep saying I keep missing your bars. I apologize, man. I'm telling you, it's really hard. It's really hard to keep up with the chat. I don't know why it's I'm trying to find you, Nick Taylor. I don't know what your bars are. Why can't I find it? Well, I'll try to keep an eye out, man. It's really hard for me to specifically point out certain chats. The bars, man, the bars. Okay, so what I'll do now actually is give you guys a rundown of some of the topics that we're going to talk about. All right, because we actually do have quite a few. The first thing I'm actually going to be talking to you guys about is something that I didn't have written down, but that's because it actually just came out today. And that is that we have a very reliable leaker coming out and letting PlayStation fans know that apparently Sony is getting ready to announce some third-party stuff very soon. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to be talking about multiple PS5 reports and leaks that have come out about an upcoming update. Like, we now know what's going to be in the next big software PS5 firmware update. But on top of that, we have more information on the new PS5 Slim. And I can already see some controversy brewing. I can already see it, and I think it's going to be a whole lot of nothing, as always. But this is something I definitely want to talk about. So we're going to be going over that. Zenzo76, thank you for the 5, my friend. You're saying, I hope The Last of Us HBO is good, but Ellie doesn't look like Ellie, and it bothers me. No, I hear you, man. I'm probably going to talk about The Last of Us HBO a little bit because it's airing tonight. And you're pointing out that you feel like Ellie doesn't look like Ellie. I get the same feeling, but I will say the few sections, I haven't seen much, but what I've seen in the trailers and the clips that they release, she definitely seems to nail like Ellie as a character, though. And I think that that's what's going to be most important. I mean, let's be honest, you look at a lot of these characters, a lot of them look pretty different in some ways than the characters in the game. And I don't think that's a huge deal. Like, to me, what's going to be most important is that they get the character right. They get the nuances of the character right. That, to me, matters way more than how the character looks. For example, if you got, an actress that looks identical to Ellie, but fails to actually capture the essence of Ellie as a character, that's going to be less impactful and important to me than getting somebody who maybe looks a little bit different than the character, or maybe very different than the character in some instances. But if they capture the character perfectly, that's what's going to matter. And based off of everything I've heard, apparently she does a phenomenal job as Ellie. So, it could very well be one of these things where it just bothers you now because, we really are only seeing very little of the show so far. But after we watch it, who knows? And that's the thing is I do plan to talk about this as well. So, anybody who's anybody who's planning on watching it, I'll probably have a dedicated segment on the next podcast episode talking about episode 1 and giving my thoughts on it because I am looking forward to watching it. So thank you for that, Zenzo. Some other topics we're going to discuss. Speaking of Naughty Dog, we're going to be talking quite a bit about Naughty Dog. We have a lot to go over regarding one of Sony's biggest studios. They're out here doing a lot of talking, a lot of teasing. We're going to talk about Final Fantasy 16 and how a pretty significant rumor regarding when it's going to be launching on PC has been shut down. So we'll talk about that. Something else I want to talk about during this podcast episode is one of Microsoft's most prominent studios, in my opinion, their most prominent studio. You know, to me, this studio is the only one that I think really kind of stood out for a long time and still does, that being Playground Games. They lost like a ton of leadership, not just like one person, not two people. They've lost like a whole suite of veteran, long-time lead developers there who left to form their own studio called Maverick Games. And this is exciting to me because seeing like, you know, high-end talent in the industry basically say, okay, like, you know, we've only made Xbox games, but now we're going to make a game for PlayStation, a multi-platform game. That's very exciting to me. So I'm going to talk about that. I see people in the chat talking about like maybe seeing Hugh Jackman play Joel. Yeah, Hugh Jackman would have been great as Joel. You know who apparently tried to play Joel or tried to, I think, audition for Joel is Jensen Ackles, who I think most recently was, he played Soldier Boy in The Boys. Great show. I could see him playing Joel as well. But I think Pedro Pascal looks like he's going to do a good job. I think Pedro Pascal's a good actor, so we'll see. Josh Brolin, yeah, Josh Brolin would have been really good too. He would have been great, actually, Josh Brolin, because he has that demeanor. You know, he definitely would nail the part. Josh Z, thank you for the $10, my friend. You're saying loving Horizon Forbidden West. It's a huge step up across the board from the original. I feel like the game came and went without anyone talking about it. The game is just fun and has a lot of meaningful content and NPCs. I agree wholeheartedly, man. I think the unfortunate reality for Horizon Forbidden West is that it did come out at around the exact same time that Elden Ring did. And I feel like for as amazing as Horizon Forbidden West is and all the things it does spectacularly well, like well above like 98% of other games, it just so happens that a game that is apparently going to be considered like game of the generation by many people also happened to release within like that same exact time frame. And so I think it really did completely steal the spotlight from Horizon to a huge degree. And it's interesting because as time goes on and as we are further removed from that, I'm actually seeing more and more people talking about Horizon Forbidden West. You know, I see it all the time on Twitter. And, you know, one of the things that I think people are really beginning to appreciate more now than they were actually at the launch is looking back and realizing like, it's actually kind of insane what Guerrilla Games was able to pull off with a cross-gen game, because even now, you know, going into 2023, looking at the graphical fidelity, just what they were able to achieve, and especially I think looking at the upcoming Burning Shores DLC, knowing that that's going to be PS5 only. I mean, I will say, for as amazing as God of War Ragnarok looked graphically, which Ragnarok is incredibly impressive, I think at the end of the day, I'm actually more impressed with Horizon Forbidden West, graphically speaking. But I agree, man. The NPCs, like you said, very meaningful. And I platinumed the game. I put about 90 hours into it, so I enjoyed my time with it. I definitely talked about it at the time, and I'm looking forward to playing the Burning Shores DLC as well. I'm actually very excited to see, you know, what Guerrilla Games can do now that they're just focused on the PS5. Definitely getting excited for that. So I'm glad you're enjoying the game, man. You have to let me know your thoughts on it when you complete it, and let me know if you end up platinuming it. Jake, thank you, man. You're saying, I recently platinumed Death Stranding and was fascinated with the story. I've never played Metal Gear Solid, and I will enjoy Metal Gear Solid 5. Or you're asking, will I enjoy Metal Gear Solid 5, or should I hold out for a remake? Well, This is a great question, actually. So platinuming Death Stranding, I can tell you right off the bat, you're already acquainted to a degree with the type of tone, I guess you could say, that the Metal Gear Solid games offer. Now, don't get me wrong, there is an inherent difference between the story in Death Stranding versus the stories that are told in Metal Gear Solid, but that unmistakable Hideo Kojima, I guess you could say, flavor that is on offer there, you already have a really good idea of what to expect. But what's interesting is you mentioned Metal Gear Solid 5. So I don't speak for the entirety of the Metal Gear Solid fan base, certainly not. I just speak as a very long time Metal Gear Solid fan, somebody who's been playing since I was, a young boy, all the way up to Metal Gear Solid 5. I did not play Metal Gear Survive. Proud to say that. Did not play it. But the thing about Metal Gear Solid 5, it's hard for me to say that that should be your first Metal Gear game because it is amazing. To me, it is a 10 out of 10. But from a story perspective, Kojima does things quite different compared to previous entries. The story, in my opinion, in MGS5 took a bit of a back seat compared to previous games in favor of the focus was mainly on the open world and the gameplay. Now, when it comes to gameplay, Metal Gear Solid 5 is the absolute pinnacle, and it's actually what makes me a little bit nervous about how a proper Metal Gear remake is going to work because the gameplay was absolutely perfected. The stealth action, focused gameplay in MGS5 really is S tier. And the gameplay in the previous Metal Gear games are also very good, but it's just when I think about from a story perspective, MGS5 still has that unmistakable, this is a Hideo Kojima game, but he just took a very different approach with the storytelling to kind of try to make it work in an open world rather than like what would normally be a linear game. So my recommendation, man, is you can't go wrong either way. Like if you play Metal Gear Solid 5 and you are understanding that the way the story is being presented and the way it's being told, if you play that first and then you eventually play like a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, just know there's going to be more cutscenes. There's going to be more dialogue that comes in the form of codec conversations. And there's overall just going to be a lot more being said in general. To whereas in MGS5, it's you can kind of decide how much of the story you really want to take in. There are cutscenes, but Snake in MGS5 is more of a silent protagonist, very quiet, and you don't have forced codec calls. You actually have cassette tapes that you can choose to listen to, and you can get a lot of the story that way. So as long as you understand the difference, I think you'll be fine. I just feel like when it comes to experiencing Metal Gear Solid for the first time, it's one of those things where the story is so important. It's just such an integral part of the series. It's difficult for me to recommend MGS5 as your first foray into the timeline of Metal Gear Solid. My recommendation would be, I think, ultimately to hold out for the remake, but the only reason it's hard for me to say that is because we have no idea when the remake is coming. I don't want to say that and then find out it's actually not releasing for like another 2 years or something. At that point, just play MGS5, play any Metal Gear Solid you can get your hands on. So great question, man. Thank you, Jake. Subtext with 2 super chats here, 10 each. Thank you so much for that, man. You're saying, I missed the live show last week. So my point of view on your Final Fantasy questions, Final Fantasy VII is the most beloved / mainstream. Final Fantasy IX is the most beloved among fans. More fairy tale, more family-ish with some dark themes. Final Fantasy XVI seems most similar to Final Fantasy Tactics, a PlayStation 1 spinoff with Game of Thrones-esque political intrigue. Final Fantasy XVI was rated for drugs, prostitution, torture, hate crimes, etc., to give some sense of the tone. Yeah, so that's what's interesting to me, man, is because that is something else that I was kind of surprised to learn about with Final Fantasy XVI is when it was rated, as you mentioned, like it has all of these, like, it practically sounds like a Grand Theft Auto game of some, at that point. And I was really kind of confused for a moment there because I'm like, wait a second, I just played Final Fantasy VII Remake And I feel like, what they're saying to expect in Final Fantasy 16 is so different. It sounds much more mature, much more intense when it comes to the mature themes and tones, which I actually like. So this is something that I've recently learned about the Final Fantasy games, is that they do apparently vary very much so in their tone. And Final Fantasy 9, you're saying, is more fairy tale, family-ish. Interesting. It's a game that I would like to experience, because to me, Final Fantasy 7 is kind of more on that Final Fantasy 9 side of things that you're describing based off of what I experienced, but there were definitely some mature things there with 7. But I got to say, this is really, where my intrigue is peaked for Final Fantasy 16, is it's like imagining all of these really, heavy, mature themes and tones, and you're talking about like Game of Thrones-esque political intrigue. That's got my attention, man. And so Final Fantasy 16 is right up there for me this year. And I think the thing I'm most interested in when it comes to, experiencing Final Fantasy 16, considering the only frame of reference I have to compare it to with Final Fantasy is 7 Remake, I'm really going to be curious by the time I'm finished with FF16. Is Final Fantasy 7 Remake going to be the game where I'm like, oh, I did enjoy that Final Fantasy more? Or is Final Fantasy 16 going to be like, yo, this is like the Final Fantasy game for me right now? And that might ultimately determine, I guess, because you talk about how, each game in the series has a different tone, and they kind of have a bit of a seesaw, I guess, effect here. Maybe that will determine which side I kind of fall on there. So very interesting. Yeah. I appreciate you following up though on what because we did have quite the discussion on Final Fantasy last week, and a lot of my subscribers here giving me further insight into the series. So I appreciate that. I forgot to actually mute my phone here. What's that for? Okay. All right. So thank you so much for that, Subtext. I appreciate the dual super chats there, man. Let me see. We have Zach. You're saying, will you be live streaming the Xbox event next week? So actually, that's another good question. I did have that as a topic here to talk about, which we can just dive into right now, simply because it's actually the final topic on my list. And I don't know, maybe I'll have more to say about it later, but apparently Microsoft is now throwing their hat in the ring when it comes to doing their own Nintendo Directs state of plays. They're calling it something very creative. It's a very creative name. Definitely differentiates them from the pack. Developer Direct, a Xbox Developer Direct. Obviously, that is an extremely uncreative name, but it's to the point, and I think it makes people kind of understand like what Microsoft is doing with this show, and that is like, yes, this is going to be similar to a Nintendo Direct, to a state of play. You guys kind of know what to expect. Now, what's interesting about this? Am I going to stream it? I probably will, just for the fun of it. I mean, I got to be totally honest with you and say I'm not that excited for it, and I don't want to I don't want to be like that awkward PlayStation channel that's like, I'm not excited for this Xbox show, but I'm going to stream it anyway. I feel like there might be something there. Like Redfall looks very interesting to me, and I'm interested in learning more about that game specifically. Apparently, Forza Motorsport's going to be there. Not really. I don't really care too much about that. What else is supposed to be there? I think like another Minecraft title or something, which I don't care about that. So if I were to stream it, realistically speaking, I think the two things I would be streaming it for are one, for you guys, to just kind of give us an excuse. I always enjoy doing streams. I think you guys do too, just kind of hanging out. But for Redfall, and mainly to just kind of see what to expect from these Xbox Developer Directs, because I mean, I feel like the last time we've seen Microsoft do something like this, what did they call it? Inside Xbox or something like that, and they were horrendous. I mean, I think it makes sense why they don't do them anymore. They were incredibly underwhelming. They were boring. People really, even Xbox fans, really didn't like them. So I guess I'm curious to see if this Developer Direct, now that they're calling it something else, is going to be a little bit more spruced up, a little bit more exciting. Apparently, though, this is fascinating to me. Apparently, it's been confirmed that Starfield is not going to be at this developer direct. And they did confirm that it's because Starfield is going to be getting its own dedicated showing. So I also want to say, apparently it leaked out that Redfall is releasing in May. I think the specific date for Redfall is like May 2nd, which is quite a ways from now. And my question to that is Starfield coming before Redfall? Because if Starfield, surely they can't. They're not going to release Redfall and Starfield in the same month. Starfield could be a June game, but I feel like that's cutting it really close. That's cutting it really close to like, at what point is it like that it kind of got delayed? Outside of the first half of 2023. But I don't know. I get the feeling that that Starfield is either going to be. I don't know, man. I don't know if Starfield's going to get delayed again. I think there's like a bit of fear that it is going to get delayed to 11/11/23. Yeah, by a year specifically. But we'll see, man. Xbox Developer Direct, it seems kind of necessary at this point. I feel like Microsoft waiting to do like a big show in the middle of the year, there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm assuming Microsoft is still going to do their traditional like, E3-esque show. But considering you have both Nintendo and Sony now frequently doing things like each quarter, I think it just makes sense for Microsoft to start doing that as well. And, you consider how many studios Microsoft has. I mean, I feel like this is something they probably should have started a year or two ago, right? Like this is something they should have been doing for some time now because they have more studios than anybody. So theoretically, they should have more to show or at the very least more to talk about at any given time from their studios. So I'll probably stream it. If I do decide to, I'll let everybody know. It'll be up there for you guys. And we'll just kind of, see what Microsoft's going to show off. And what else is interesting is apparently there's some kind of rumor now going around, and I caught this on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. Speaking of Xbox, is apparently, and this sounds weird to me, like I don't know what the announcement could be, but apparently Xbox has some type of major announcement to make specifically during the Super Bowl, which I think is happening what, February 12th or something like that. Yeah, I think it's February 12th. So I don't know, maybe some type of Game Pass announcement. I don't know. But yeah, they're gonna announce they're quitting the gaming industry, of course. That's what the announcement's gonna be. Family Game Pass. Oh yeah, that would make perfect sense actually, Rice Pudding. That would be the perfect spot for Microsoft to announce something like that. I think you're on the money, Rice Pudding. I think you're right on the money there. I could see that certainly being the announcement. So yeah, some interesting stuff going on with Xbox, of course. It's going to be fun to kind of track Xbox throughout 2023 because whether you're a PlayStation fan who isn't interested in Xbox, whether you're somebody who plays on both PlayStation and Xbox, or if you're just an Xbox fan mostly, I think we're all in agreement that this is certainly going to be a year to pay attention to Microsoft to see if they can finally deliver the goods, that they've been promising for a long time. You can start to feel the excitement, I think, coming from the Xbox fan base, but we got to see. We got to see what happens. Oh, and really quick before moving on, I just saw another rumor, guys, and again from the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. I think this comes from Special Nick from the Xbox Era podcast. He says that apparently Microsoft and Platinum Games are in early talks to revive Scalebound in some way, shape, or form. And I'm like, okay, all right, but that I don't really know how to feel about that because it's like a situation where it's like maybe it'll go better this time. I don't know. I mean, I think it would be good for Microsoft if they could make that happen, but that's very strange to me if true. That's very strange. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of something like that where they were working on a game together. The game was clearly in somewhat of a playable state, and it, deep within its development, it got canceled. And then many years later, they're like, you know what? Let's do it again. Let's give it another try. It's almost like, why did you cancel it in the first place? So weird. So weird. I don't know. Johnny Utah says, MBG, it's not for you. You're obviously not an Xbox fan. Well, again, like, my whole thing is I gotta see what Xbox is going to bring to the table with some of these games. I mean, out of everything that Microsoft has lined up right now, Redfall definitely has my attention. I don't know. Like, the thing I'm trying to figure out with Redfall is if this is going to be the game that makes me be like, you know what? All right, yeah, it's time to get back in this ecosystem. I don't know. I know Starfield isn't going to be that for me, no matter how good it is. I'm just not into Bethesda RPGs. But to me, right, something about Redfall, it's interesting because I heard recently that, Redfall is apparently not like Left 4 Dead. And that's something that Arcane was actually trying to make clear, is that this, this game, even though it looks on the surface like it could be similar to Left 4 Dead, it's actually not that similar to it. And he's got like more RPG-esque type things going on for it. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I see somebody saying maybe closer to Borderlands. Yeah, I think, yeah, I get that vibe. But I guess the only question I really have with Redfall is if it's going to really have that, I don't know, like that that depth, I guess you could say, that I think people are going to be looking for with a game like that. But out of everything I've seen from Xbox in a little while, Redfall looks interesting. I mean, dude, where is Hellblade 2, man? Like, what is Ninja Theory doing? Like, I'm not even saying this in a snarky way. Like, I'm just really what have they been? This game better be, like, it's going to have to be massive, right? Because they've been developing this game for so long. I mean, I'm expecting it to be like a 20, 25 hour, like, AAA single player experience. I hope so. That would be ideal. Because I feel like if there's any game that could really deliver that single player AAA premium experience that Xbox has been sorely lacking for many years now, I think it's Hellblade 2. So I don't mind that they're taking long, but I'm just genuinely wondering, like, what's going on, man? What's going on over there? We need to see something, hopefully. Joshua, you're saying, MBG, will you do another face reveal with the PlayStation 6 release? I mean, dude, I don't know. I can't do another face reveal. That was so funny, man. That was a good time. I enjoyed doing that. I mean, I can't do another face reveal. I don't know. Maybe I'll do like a head reveal. Finally take my hat off. I don't know. We'll think of something. Feet reveal. Yeah, no feet reveal. Maybe, I don't know, maybe for the PlayStation 7. Don't hold me to that, though. Don't hold me to that. Axis Hawk, a member for 7 months, you're saying another journalist / founder of Arabic gaming outlet called True Gaming has also said that PlayStation fans will get a new show about 15 hours ago. It's close. I saw that too, actually. And apparently this dude, I think, put stuff out before. There's a bit of a language barrier there, but I did see that. Somebody referred me to that. And, we're going to talk about that next. I want to talk about this show that PlayStation apparently has coming up very, very soon. And dude, we need to talk about whether or not we can expect Metal Gear Solid to show up here, because I'm seeing a lot of people, and I understand because I'm right there with you. A lot of people thinking this is going to be it. This is it. It's Metal Gear time, but I'm not so sure yet. If Sony has, I got to say this before getting to these two super chats here. Well, Emran Khan, thank you, man. You're saying good job. Appreciate that. There was this rumor that came out a long time ago. Now, I don't forget. I know a lot of people forget. Some of these rumors I do not forget, and I hold on to them in the back of my mind just to one day see if it comes true. So here's the thing. We recently got a rumor, a leak, and we couldn't tell if there was any truth to this from 4chan. And this was an extensive PlayStation leak where it was basically somebody laying out like a lot of the stuff that Sony's doing over the course of 2023. And after dissecting that leak, we at least I came to the conclusion that we can't walk away from this saying it's true And, naturally we might want to think to ourselves, it's not true because it's coming from 4chan. But at the same time, looking at what was being listed, it's like, nothing here sounds crazy. Nothing here sounds like it couldn't be a genuine possibility. And one of the things that leak said is that Sony is going to be doing a state of play in February, a state of play in March, and a state of play in May. Now, not too long after that, we have the outlet. I forget that it's a Spanish outlet that has been reliable with PlayStation leaks in the past. They come out, they update their article that they released in December. The article said that their source came to them, said the Metal Gear Solid remake is real, it's going to be a PS5 exclusive, and it's going to be revealed sometime soon. At that time, they speculated maybe it could be announced at the Game Awards. Game Awards came and went, no announcement came. They updated the article. They said they're being told that the announcement's going to come in the first half of 2023, with February or March looking most likely. So it's like, you see all these like kind of things, these separate parts moving, and you begin to wonder, like, okay, maybe there's some truth to this here. Now, to me, the most telling thing is this. It's not even the rumors or the leaks. It's the fact that Konami themselves, on January 1st, or I think, at the end of the year and at the beginning of the year, they kind of hype up their announcements. The producer of Metal Gear Solid, a longtime Metal Gear Solid producer who's been there from the beginning, just straight up came out and said, like, what words are we going to use to describe 2023 and the announcements that we're making? Long awaited. Right? Long awaited. And to me, it's just like, okay, so Metal Gear's happening, just like Silent Hill happened last year. Metal Gear's happening this year. So now I'm really beginning to think, I think we're getting close, guys. Like, I really think we're getting close. But there's this one rumor that I want to go back to. This was, I think, almost a year ago at this point. The thing about Sony doing a state of play, in February or in the next week or two is there's no doubt it's going to have a big focus on PlayStation VR 2. Okay? Like that's just obvious. This new hardware platform from Sony is about to come out at the end of next month. And it just, there's no way that they announce a state of play that doesn't focus on PSVR 2. So that immediately makes you think, well, I don't know if we can expect any major announcements at that point then, which I agree with, because it's like, well, we know almost everything we need to know about PSVR 2, but clearly there has to be something more that Sony wants to talk about with PSVR 2 before it launches, because why else would they dedicate a small state of play to it? Some of you may know what rumor I'm talking about, but a while ago, there was a rumor that came out that claimed that a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake is real and it's being developed for PS5, but they said that the reason why it's taking a little bit longer is because there is going to be a PlayStation VR 2 version that's being made. Now, at the time, it sounded like that, no way. That just sounds way too good to be true. And I want to emphasize right now that I still feel like it sounds way too good to be true. But seeing all of this movement, right, regarding Metal Gear rumors, seeing Konami talk about it, knowing that Sony is apparently getting ready to talk about some third-party stuff soon, I gotta say, it's this rumor popped up back in my mind, and I'm like, yo, tell me Sony's about to announce something Metal Gear related for PSVR 2. And I also want to say it's worth noting that apparently this isn't going to be a dedicated PSVR 2 game. Apparently what the rumor I think stated, if I remember correctly, is that it's going to be a dedicated Metal Gear Solid remake for PS5, but there's going to be a separate, I don't know if it's a separate version or if it can be playable in VR, but a PSVR 2 version of some kind. I don't know, man. I don't know. I figured I would just throw that out there. Because I remember when we covered that leak, I covered it pretty extensively, or that rumor, and I was like, this sounds somewhat plausible, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Also, Konami, please do something with Silent Hill for PSVR 2. I feel like this is an easy home run. Brett Williams, you're saying happy The Last of Us premiere day, MBG. So excited. Right back at you, Brett. I'm excited too. I can't wait for it. I'm gotta be honest. Like I'm almost. I don't want to say I'm dreading it because I'm not, but I'm nervous because I'm like, we all know what to expect with the first episode, and apparently it's gonna be even more intense this time. It's gonna be more intense than what happens in the game, and I'm just like, oh man, we gotta prepare ourselves. And also apparently the first episode is like an hour and a half or something like that. It's crazy. That's crazy. I'm excited, man. I gotta say, I can't help but admit I'm very excited. I mean, dude, it's impressive, right? I mean, you gotta admit the way Sony and HBO and Naughty Dog have handled The Last of Us HBO, a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. That is very, very good, man. This, I think, when it's all said and done, this is going to be crowned as by far like the best live adaptation, for a video game ever. And I don't know that Sony is gonna or anybody else is gonna be able to surpass it. So I'm very impressed. I gotta say. I see subtext you're asking, does your wife know the story? Is she excited? I think she's looking for. She knows the story. Yeah. She watched me play The Last of Us, so she knows the story. She's excited. I think she also is feeling the same way I am, though, where it's like, it's gonna get heavy up in here. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying, see, I told you, MBG, about that vertical fake hazard stand alarm was just hot air. Like the PS5 heatsink revision, fake temperature check by nurse Austin Evans, and the open SSD versus proprietary SSD topic. Yeah, I know, man. I know. I take the L on that one. I definitely... I don't know why. I don't know. Sometimes I make mistakes like that where I'm just like, well, this must be pretty serious. And it's like, in reality, it's like, no, bro. Like, and I don't know when I'm going to learn that, like, this is just kind of... At this point, it feels like it's routine, right? Where like every year there's something new that comes out about the PS5, a new claim of some kind. Somebody who's supposed to be an expert or have some type of authority or whatever it might be. And it's just like, it turns out, like you said, it's just hot air, man. It's a bunch of BS. And I mean, look, man, you're saying not really a mistake. Everyone was covering it. It's not like you were doubling down. Yeah, that's true. I guess I feel mostly bad about the way I positioned the video I made on it because I really made it sound like, oh man, this is a warning being issued. And looking back, it's like, yeah, I think I went a bit too hard on the fear mongering, at least with my title and the way I presented the video. So that's something I definitely need to keep an eye on going forward. But yeah, I mean, I just to defend myself a little bit, it's not like I said in the video, like, guys, you better turn your PS5 horizontal. This might be serious. I did say, that, look, this is unverified. We got to see. This is somebody who's basically saying something could happen. And I'm just like, well, yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go. So thank you for that Zanarkand Blitzer. And yes, you were correct. And I will say that anybody who was basically like, I don't really care about this report. It just sounds like a bunch of hoopla or whatever. You were correct. You're correct. Waved Max, thank you for the vibes, man. The positive vibes, I'm assuming. And Luca Stenberger, thank you, man. That's a very, very generous super chat, $50, saying fund MBG's PSVR 2 campaign. That's very kind of you, man. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm hoping I don't know if I'm going to be able to purchase a PSVR 2 at launch. It's one of those things where it's going to be kind of like last minute, where it's like it's either going to be there or it's not. Like it's going to be the right time or it's not. But I will say that the $50 super chat donation certainly helps quite a bit. I have good news, Luca, though. I will be there day one with PSVR 2, or at least I should be. I don't know. Maybe if some of you missed this, but I do have a friend who he is super hyped. You're saying this $50 will help and hopefully people will follow. It certainly will help, man, and I appreciate it. But I have a friend who is He's really super hyped about PSVR 2, and he's making sure to get it day one. It's like he has not been too interested in many things going on in gaming recently, but the one thing that he's just super stoked for, super hyped about, is PSVR 2, and he's really looking at it as like, this is, for him anyway, that this is going to be the thing that gets his, like, it just completely reignites his excitement for gaming. And he told me, like, look, man, I'm going to be getting it, dude. I'm going to let you try it out. I'm going to let you review it. You can talk about it on your channel, the whole 9 yards. I'm like, damn, dude, that's very kind of you. And that's very helpful for me because, I was like, I'm over here being like, damn, PSVR 2. You know what the thing is too, as I said, is it's like, yeah, I don't have a problem with the price of PSVR 2 because I feel like what you're getting, and based off of everything we've heard, what you're getting with this headset, it's pretty cutting edge. It's worth it. But I do still think that for a lot of people, it's still going to be, it's a steep asking point. Or price point. It's gonna take maybe a little bit for some people to be able to adopt it. And for me, it's not just that. It's also the fact, like I said, that there's so many like 30 launch games for PSVR 2, and then you also look at the time it's coming out at the end of February. Dude, look at the games between the end of January and all throughout February and March. Look at the games that are coming out, man. Like, it's insanity. It's insanity. And so it's not even just a money problem, I think, for a lot of people. It's a time problem, Like, where are we going to find the time to play all of these games? It's going to be crazy. If you think about it, by the time PSVR 2 comes out, man, how many PS5 owners specifically are going to be like, neck deep in Hogwarts Legacy? Because Hogwarts Legacy looks like a massive game. And yeah, it's coming out before PSVR 2, but only by a couple weeks. And I don't think people are going to be done with it. Star Wars is coming out, Dead Space remake, that's coming out soon too. I know there's another big February game that I might be forgetting. In March too, Resident Evil 4 remake. It's looking crazy, man. It's looking crazy. But I appreciate. Oh yeah, Forespoken, of course. Almost forgot that as well. Atomic Heart. It's already way too much. That's on top of 30 launch games, bro. 30 launch games. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tech Noir, thank you, man. You're saying, I'm not as wealthy. Hashtag MBG PSVR 2 fund. Dude, that's okay, man. I appreciate the super chats. Like I always tell you guys, in order for me to be able to do what I do here with the podcast every week and keeping the content flowing week over week, you guys make it possible. I don't do like a bunch of sponsorships or, anything like that. So I'm just kind of fan funded here, and you guys continue to show that support, and it means the world to me. So thank you so much for that, Tech Noir and Luca and everybody else who's donating. So appreciate that. But let's talk for a moment now about the snitch. Okay, I'm sure many of you here are familiar with the snitch. If you're not, I'll give you just a quick, overview. The snitch is one of the most reputable leakers in the video game industry. He kind of came out of nowhere last year, and it seemed like he maybe had some access to something on like YouTube's back end, or he could just somehow see like YouTube videos that are posted that aren't public yet, and he was able to just relay this information because he was completely on point. And in fact, I think he pissed Sony off so much. I remember he leaked out the day that Sony was going to, I think it was release a new trailer and the pre-orders for God of War Ragnarok. And then they basically delayed it by like a day or something, or 2 days. And it was like pretty clear that the snitch wasn't wrong. Sony just delayed it at the absolute last minute, probably because they were pissed off that this happened. So, the reason why I'm prefacing this is because he is one of the most reliable insiders. And more recently, he apparently retired from leaking. He did a whole interview with Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming where he says he was retiring from leaking. And so, a lot of people were thinking maybe, the heat is coming for him, like he's starting to feel the heat, or he's getting too close to getting found out, or maybe he just lost access to whatever he had. But then he came out today on his Discord. It's important to understand because he has a Discord. And he says that he heard from one of his reliable sources. And that's the thing here is like, I guess technically he's not the one leaking it. It's from his source. So you have to assume that, maybe his source is good. But he says, let me actually just bring it up here so I can quote it because I don't want to misquote it. Give me one sec. Reading it word for word. Well, I put out a tweet and I said, known leaker the snitch says, quote, PlayStation is about to announce third-party stuff very soon, end quote. And this was, this was after he said that this is what he heard from his source. So, I mean, look, at this point, guys, it seems very clear that something's happening very soon. Now, what I'm a little confused about is this, okay? Right now, it's the 15th of January. Everything we've heard so far has claimed, like, we haven't heard about Sony doing anything in January. And that's why I'm a little bit like, well, this is unexpected because I think a lot of people were looking to February. That's what we've been hearing, or March, but nothing for January. So it's like very soon. Well, specifics would be nice, but very soon to me implies like in the next week or two. Now, Sony doesn't announce stated plays like well in advance. That's just not something they do. Sony doesn't announce stated plays 2 or 3 weeks in advance. So I'm almost beginning to wonder, like, did Sony maybe decide to do something for January as well? Like, are we going to see both Microsoft and Sony do something for January? And if so, what could it be? Now, the only other thing, don't want to get ahead of myself here, and I'm not going to because he specifically says third-party content. Maybe it's not Sony. I want to put this out there because let's not forget, that some of the biggest, actually most of the bigger announcements when it came to third-party games for PlayStation in 2022 didn't happen from, like, it didn't come from Sony. Konami did a Silent Hill showcase where they announced, in my opinion, one of the biggest exclusives, that being Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's a big third-party exclusive for Sony, but that was during, that was Konami's announcement. And Sony did like a little video clip basically, expressing their excitement for the partnership and whatnot. You also think about like Death Stranding 2, finally learning about what Kojima's doing with PlayStation. That was not done underneath a Sony, branded event. That was underneath the Game Awards. So, I just think that it's worth pointing out that this might not be a stated play. This might not be like a showcase or anything. This might not come directly from Sony. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just going to come from a third party that has an announcement to make. So, but again, we do have to consider that PSVR 2 is right around the corner, and he does specifically say third party stuff. Okay, so it's not a third party announcement, third party stuff. That implies that there's going to be multiple announcements. So, that then makes it harder. That makes it harder for me to believe. I'm just going to say what's on my mind. I'm just going to do it. I don't think it's going to happen. I think I'm going to be 100% wrong, but I just want to say it anyway. I almost wonder if Konami is about to do what they did for Silent Hill with Metal Gear, like now, like in the next week or two. Like, here's our Metal Gear, I don't know, with a codec call or something, right? Just something like that. They called it like a Silent Hill transmission. Here's Metal Gear codec call, and they're going to have a couple PlayStation-related things to announce. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I know. It sounds too good to be true. I know I have too much faith in Konami. I can't help it. I'm not saying I believe that's going to happen. I'm just saying that maybe, just maybe, I keep thinking about Konami themselves hyping up their long-awaited announcements, and everybody's saying we won't have to wait long now. We won't have to wait long now. It's like, okay, all right. I want to believe we don't have to wait long now. It's always so tough with these things because you want to get excited, but you don't want to get disappointed. And Metal Gear is a tough one for me, man, because look, there are many things in gaming that I can get like generally excited for. And if it's like it doesn't work out exactly the way I want, it's like, okay, not a big deal. I'm a little bit disappointed. Metal Gear's different for me. I know, like, dude, the Metal Gear fan base is incredibly passionate. I'm gonna say it. The Metal Gear fan base is more passionate than the Silent Hill fan base. And that's not a slight, because we know how passionate the Silent Hill fan base is, but dude, Metal Gear, this is a special series. And if you know, you know. And I know that, when we think about Metal Gear, we think about Hideo Kojima, we think about Konami really screwing up, but it's almost been a decade, as insane as that sounds. We're 2 years away from it being a freaking decade since the whole, Konami Kojima breakup thing. So I'm willing to give Konami the benefit of the doubt and just assume that things have changed since then. This is a different Konami, and the fact that PlayStation is going to get involved. Just to bring it up real quick. I don't know how many of you guys went back and like rewatched that Silent Hill 2 remake trailer, because the big focus is on Bloober Team, right? Like Silent Hill 2 remake, such a beloved game. Sony locked it down as a PS5 exclusive, and there's just so much trepidation that, oh man, Bloober Team's gonna mess this remake up, man. I don't know, I don't trust them. And I went back and like rewatched that trailer a couple times. I'm like, dude, this looks fucking amazing. Like I understand that there were like some people that felt like, oh, they're messing it up already with the way they're presenting the game and making it hyper realistic. And I rewatched the trailer like 3 times. I'm like, dude, I am so hyped for this. Like, this looks amazing. And I have to imagine that there's a reason why Sony locked it in as an exclusive. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Sony makes some bad deals occasionally. It's not like Sony's bulletproof, no publisher is with their second and third party deals, but I don't know, man. I'm very excited to see what else Sony may be doing with Konami. And I think that going forward, into 2023, 24 and beyond, I think that when you talk about the relationships and the partnerships that Sony has, Konami is a Japanese publisher, just like Square Enix is. We see how tight Square Enix and Sony are, and how that's proving to be very critical to Sony at this moment in time. It has been critical for Sony. That tight relationship between Sony and Square Enix is very important. And I think that Konami is going to be basically the next Square Enix for Sony. And I think that this could be great, because I think Sony could help Konami a lot. So I see somebody saying James was way too emotional in the trailer. I get that. Like, I get that to a lot of people. They feel like that's like going to hurt the experience. But I liked it. I got to be honest. I like it. Because it's like, I don't know. I really felt it, man. Like I was, hearing the I know they got a new voice actor, but I feel like it's doing good. I feel like, I don't know. I could feel like the emotion coming out, and I'm like, damn, this, he's like, I understand now, and I'm just like, oh, dude, I love it. I kind of love it. So, and I gotta say, I do like that more. I know why people don't like it, but the reason why I like it more is because I kind of feel like, dude, you look at the original Silent Hill 2 and it's like, that'll never be touched, Like, that version of that game will persist. It will never be touched. So I'm totally, like, kind of open. And I feel the same way with a Metal Gear remake, where it's like, I feel like I'm okay with letting developers do what they feel will benefit the game. As long as they don't screw it up, which is always a possibility. But I want to trust developers. I want to trust that they know what they're doing until I can't, until they, prove me wrong. Saying Silent Hill 2 isn't broke. No, definitely not. All right, let me get to these. We got Waved Max. You're saying, let's go. We are in 2023. The year of Final Fantasy 16, and my friend Peppa Pig 2. Damn, dude, my friend Peppa Pig 2's dropping in 2023. I had no idea. Bro. But I know that's your most hyped game, Waved Max. I know you're on top of that. You'll have to give me your review when it comes out, man. So thank you for that. The Caped Crusader, you're saying Hogwarts is going to get a lot of unfavorable reviews because of J.K. Rowling's politics, and that's BS and unfair. The pre-order sales are doing amazing now. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that, the Caped Crusader, because that was actually a topic I meant to write down on my list. I actually forgot. Let's talk about that for a moment. There is some nonsensical controversy, as always, surrounding Hogwarts Legacy. And, it's just kind of funny to me because you always kind of see these controversies pop up and people saying things about how like, oh, don't do this, don't do that, boycott this, boycott that. It's like, what are you smoking? Like, I really need to know, what are you smoking that you think this game isn't going to sell gangbusters, bro? Have you seen this game? Have you seen this game? This is going to be the definitive Harry Potter game for everybody. And I'm not a Harry Potter fan, bro. I'm not. I'm not a fan of I've seen a couple of the movies. I read a couple of the books. Just never could really get that into it. And even I'm looking at this game and I'm like, that looks really good. Like, that looks very good. And I can only imagine, if I was a Harry Potter fan, how I would be feeling about that game. Like, I would probably be losing my shit, being like, this is a dream come true game. And to back this up, we are hearing that the Hogwarts Legacy pre-order numbers are looking very, very, very good. So apparently, this is according to Benji Sales on Twitter. He's like a video game analyst and he tracks numbers and stats and all this stuff. He came out and he said that specifically console pre-order numbers, he's hearing some like pretty insane things. Now, this intrigues me because which console manufacturer has been very, very close, tied very closely to Hogwarts Legacy? PlayStation. PlayStation's had a state of play for it. They had the marketing rights for it. They have an exclusive mission that they've showed off for the game. You know, all the marketing around this game has been PlayStation. Dude, I think this game is going to do massive numbers on Sony's platform. And I think that's clearly something Sony was trying to achieve, because when you look at how quickly, just go back to the announcement trailer of this. Sony clearly knew that there was something big here with Hogwarts Legacy, because the first announced trailer for this game came out September 2020, the second Future of Gaming event leading up to the PS5, and it got like 25 million views on YouTube, which is fucking insane. And I think Sony knew at that point, like, oh man, we just struck gold. We just struck gold with this deal. And when it comes to the controversy, man, like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, it's hard for me not to just cringe at shit, because it's like, people just need to get the fuck over themselves. Like, they really do. Like, they need to get their heads out of their asses and just let people do what they want to fucking do. If people want to buy a new Harry Potter video game, they're free to do that. If you don't want to buy it and you don't want to support it, then don't fucking support it. It's just let people live, man. Like, let people live. Stop walking around trying to strong arm people and tell them, well, this is what you should do and this is how you should do it. Like, why don't you just go do your thing? Go mind your own business. Go do what you're going to do. Let people enjoy what they're going to enjoy. Because I think it's fucking absurd that, like, there's a whole development team that's been probably working their asses off on this game behind the scenes, seeing all this crap. And all they're trying to do is make a great game for people to enjoy. And a lot of these people are probably super passionate about Harry Potter. But at the end of the day, man, the numbers don't lie. And that's the reality. And when this game comes out, it's gonna do huge numbers, and it's gonna immediately silence all these people. And I hope it does, because I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with people having their own beliefs. People should have their own beliefs, right? That's how it is. People do have their own beliefs. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing I'm going to appreciate most is when these numbers come out and we see just how successful this game is, reviews aside, because I'm telling you, reviews are not going to matter for this game. I'm telling you, like, I look at this game and I can already tell this is going to be a good game. The quality is there. You can just see it. It's bleeding with quality. So I don't even think people are going to trust the reviews if they come out negative. If they do come out negative, people are going to know why they're negative, right? Like everybody will have seen it coming a mile away. So when the numbers come out, this game does incredibly well. At that point, it's going to hopefully, we know it won't, but hopefully it'll kind of shut these people up and maybe give them a reality check that it's like, it turns out that kind of, yelling in your echo chamber and thinking that you're going to, you're going to dictate what people can and can't enjoy, turns out it doesn't work like that. And no one actually really cared what you had to say. So, you could sit there and punch air and scream on the internet, but people are out there buying the game, enjoying it, loving it, and that's how I feel about it, man. I not to get too far into it, but it's like I did see some of the controversy stuff coming out, and I'm like, can we just give it a rest? Like, can we just give it a rest? People need to stop getting offended so easily all the time about every little thing. I get it. Believe what you want to believe, have your own beliefs, stick to them, live by that. But don't walk around trying to impose that on anybody else, regardless of how right you think you are. You're just, it doesn't work like that. Well, anyway, you're saying Kind of Funny said that they wouldn't give it pre-release coverage to support those against it, although they will reverse that to review it. It's just like, does anybody does anybody really care? I mean, really? I'm final thing I'm going to say here. If I had to guess, okay, I'm going to guess that 99% of people who are aware of Hogwarts Legacy at the video game, if I had to guess, 99% of people, the only thing they're probably asking themselves is this going to be a good game that's worth my money? Is it going to be a good game? I'm pretty sure that's all people actually care about. And I think that it's just laughable that over and over again, we see the same thing happen in the video game industry where it's like, you just get people that try to tell you, no, that's not what matters here. There's this other thing, okay, that you got to care. It's like, no. These are video games. The only question people are going to ask is it a good video game? Do I want to play it? Is it worth my money? Because I promise you, that's all people. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong if you think there's more to it than that. There can be. But just understand that that's going to be a question you have to answer for yourself. And that's all I can say at this point. Getting my blood pressure up already. Getting my blood pressure up. Only not even an hour and a half into the podcast. All right, let me see here. So thank you for the super chat, Cape Crusader, because I did mean to put that down as a topic and totally forgot. Young Sinatra is saying, I'm looking forward to Forespoken. Will you get it, MBG? Honestly, I said this earlier, but I'll reiterate it. For me, Forspoken's very likely going to be a game I pass on. I did play the demo, and it just wasn't working for me, man. I couldn't get into it, no matter how much I tried. Excuse me. And that's the thing is, I really wanted to try to get into it because I'm like, this is the first big PS5 exclusive coming out this year, but I couldn't lie to myself. When I'm just it's not clicking. And I'm not saying it's bad or, it seems like it's going to be bad, because the reality is it's just a demo. But I'll be honest in that I don't have a great feeling. I'm a little bit worried about Forspoken. And the reason why I feel so bad is that it's a new IP and clearly a lot of money went into it. And that's what makes me feel better. It's I don't like to see new AAA IP, especially for single player games. I don't like to see them flop. Like, I just heard that the Callisto Protocol apparently flopped or did not meet sales expectations. And it's like, it's painful because it's like every time that happens, publishers become more risk adverse and they're like, well, maybe we won't do that again. And, you can kind of begin to see why maybe they're so hell bent on focusing on sequels. But, at the same time though, like I can't force it, and for me, Forespoken is not a game that I feel comfortable like paying $70 for. It's not a game that I really want to play, especially because Dead Space Remake is coming out just a couple days after. I'm focused on Dead Space Remake. I'm going to be paying close attention to what people are saying about Forespoken and the reviews because I'm just curious. I'm really curious after this game originally being announced as Project Athia and being built up, and it seemed like so promising. And to a lot of people, they're still very excited for it. But somewhere along the way, my excitement for Forespoken shifted. Like once I got a clear image of like, oh, that's what this game is, and like maybe I'll like it. And then I finally got to play the demo hands-on, and I'm like, oh man, like this isn't doing it for me the way I thought it would. So, and I'll be honest, like the story of the game is like somewhat interesting to me, but not nearly as interesting as I want it to be. Like, I don't even know if it's the story or the way it's being presented, but there's just something that I feel like there's a disconnect between me and what's going on with the story and what they're trying to do here. It's not hooking me in enough. And so we'll see, man. I'm not going to say 100% no, but I'm definitely leaning much more on the side of very likely going to pass on it. For example, like the podcast that week, rather than talking about my thoughts on Forespoken, I'm probably going to be talking about my thoughts on Dead Space Remake. But I still will try to talk about Forespoken and basically like what reviews are saying, and maybe you guys can chime in as well. You guys can give me some feedback. Let me know what you're thinking. So we'll see how it sells too. I think that's going to be really important. If Forespoken flops, that's going to be pretty bad for Square Enix. I think that's going to be bad for Sony too. Because you know what I think? You look at the fact that, dude, Sony locked this game down as a 2-year exclusive, not a 1-year, like specifically a 2-year exclusive. It's pretty clear that Sony funded quite a bit of this game, or at least put a lot of money on it. If this game flops, man, financially, I think that's going to be bad. I think it's going to be bad for Square Enix. I think it's going to be bad for Sony, but I think it's going to be significantly worse for Square Enix because I feel like at this point in time, Square Enix kind of need like a, they need a win outside of Final Fantasy, like a big win. They need something fresh and new that can be like a new franchise. And that's what a lot of these publishers try to do. It's tough. Even Jim Ryan himself said it. Last year he said, new triple IP is a huge, huge risk. It is a huge risk. And that dude, that's why I'm not trying to like brag about Sony, but it's like, this is why I'm always kind of so consistently impressed with Sony's studios, because it's like, when you see the big risk taking that Sony and their studios have taken over the past decade with new IP, and how like, my God, it's worked out so well for them. It's like, how are they able to be this consistent? And I think even Sony to a degree is like, oh wait, so you're telling me Horizon Zero Dawn is a huge success and it's a brand, like this can be a new franchise? Wow. I guess we took we made the right call on Guerrilla Games letting them do this. And then after that, it's like, and now you're telling me Sucker Punch just made a 10 million seller with Ghost of Tsushima? Wow, like this is great. And then after that, Returnal. Let's be honest, I don't think Returnal's a huge sales success, but I think Returnal is that type of success that Sony likes to get, where it's like, look at how many awards Returnal won. Look at how much praise that studio got, and look at how much more potential they have, right? So clearly Sony's doing something right, and I hope that they don't stop that. And I feel like when you look at Forespoken, I feel like that's what Square Enix was kind of hoping, and they might still. I don't know. The game is not out yet. The game is not out yet. Like, we don't know if Forspoken's going to sell well or not. But if I had to give my gut feeling on this, my gut's telling me I don't think it's going to fare so well. I don't know. I feel like they have relatively high expectations, and you know Square Enix and their expectations, So, oh yeah, and mentioning Days Gone. Days Gone was a new IP, done very well in my opinion, sold very well. Days Gone sold, I think Days Gone probably by this point is a 10 million seller, but we're still going to get another new IP from Bend. And I mean, yes, I would have loved a sequel to Days Gone, but getting a new IP from Bend Studio is very exciting as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to that. Do you think that's going to be revealed this year, guys? I think it will be. I think we're going to see Ben's game this year, even if it's just like a teaser trailer. And I'm the last rumor we heard on this, not to go on a complete side topic here, but I just want to mention the last rumor we heard about what Ben Studio is working on next. Apparently, they're going back to their roots and they're making a stealth action game that is similar to like Metal Gear Solid 5 and Hitman, and it's going to be based during the Cold War. And I don't know about you guys. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Holy shit, if that's true. Oh, man, that is like right up my alley. I could not have asked for anything more. Now, that's just a rumor. We'll have to see. But, man, that sounds like it's going to be amazing. Josh, you're saying what happened to the Little Devil Inside and Pragmata? Well, Pragmata's still in development. We just haven't seen or heard anything about it. Also, it's worth noting, I think there's this misconception that Pragmata is an exclusive for PlayStation. It's actually not. Pragmata is a multi-platform game. Sony has the marketing rights to it. Because I see a lot of PlayStation guys specifically ask about Pragmata, and I'm pretty sure it's because people do think it's an exclusive, and I don't blame them. But when it comes to that game, I'm not sure. And same thing with Little Devil Inside, man. That's an indie game it's been shown off quite a bit, but I haven't seen or heard anything of it in a while, man. So Josh, to be honest, your guess is as good as mine, man. Nick Taylor, you're saying MBG's favorite big word is trepidation. LOL. Yeah. And then you go on to say, I'm a little trepidatious about Bluebird Team. Yeah, I do use that word a lot. That's like my favorite word recently. Trepidatious. It's because I realized like that's a word that I've heard in my life and I've just never used it. And I just decided I'm going to start using that much more now. I'm sure we all do that sometimes, right? Like you hear a word that you don't normally hear, or like you realize I don't think I've ever used that word in my life. And then you just start integrating it into your vocabulary and you start saying it over and over. Happens to me all the time. So thank you for that, Nick Taylor. Disco Cobra 2013. You're saying, are you planning on doing a playthrough of Dead Space Remake when it drops? Plus, I wanted to ask, do you have Sons of the Forest or Stalker 2 on your radar? They look like promising games. So when it comes to doing a playthrough, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'm very careful. I'm very trepidatious about doing like playthroughs on my channel because they're super hit or miss, like sometimes I set it up and it's like a big deal and then like just nothing comes of it. And then other times it just randomly like does somewhat well. But I have also talked before about how like there's just some people that I don't know how they do it. They're just very comfortable streaming games and playing in front of an audience. I'm not like that for some reason. Like I just have trouble playing games knowing there's an audience watching. Like even recently, a game I've been playing, as I've been telling you, because I'm helplessly addicted to it, is Dead by Daylight. Love playing as a killer in that game. But I've been putting some hours into that. And even like, if my wife walks in the room and like sits down and is watching me playing around as killer, I start to get real nervous because I'm like, oh man, like the pressure's on now. I mean, of course it's not the same thing, but for some reason I don't know, man. I just play games differently when people are watching versus if I'm just alone playing a game. Um, Also, speaking of which, yeah, I mean, I guess it is performance anxiety. I don't know. Speaking of which, I actually got my wife to start playing Dead by Daylight. So I actually got the PS4 Pro hooked up, bought her a copy of the game, got her some PS Plus, and we've actually been playing together as survivors. So yeah, it seems like, I mean, to me that was kind of surprising. It's been a long time since me and my wife played any like games together, but dude, I don't know, man. If there's any game that I'm gonna stream in the future, it's probably gonna be some multiplayer games. I feel like that's a little bit easier for me to do because it's like multiplayer. It's much more relaxed in a way, if that makes sense, and it's not as intimate. So like, and I don't just mean like, oh, I'm going to start streaming Dead by Daylight. I mean, maybe in the future. I have considered making a second channel, but dude, here's a great example. When The Last of Us multiplayer comes out, I could definitely see myself, after getting acquainted with the game a little bit, I could see myself streaming that, Twisted Metal, stuff like this, Yo, Johnny Utah in the chat saying Dead by Daylight is a terrible game. No way, bro. No way. You take that back. Don't get me wrong, it's not perfect. It's got its problems, but yes, I have the PS4 Jet engine hooked up. And dude, I'm like, I gotta get another PS5. I'm gonna hold out because I know that there's a Slim coming, which we're gonna talk about that. But dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. I don't know how I ever played video games with that thing. It's just so absurdly loud. like we're playing in like separate rooms and I can literally hear that thing in the other room. I'm like, Jesus, that is just, I can't believe it. Yeah, it makes for a great heater. Yeah, it's like a little space heater. It really is. But yeah, when it comes to like streaming single player games, it's just being totally honest. It's very difficult for me because when I'm playing a single player game, my focus is like, if I'm playing alone, I just feel like my focus is only on the game and I'm just totally immersed. And if I'm streaming, no matter how I try to stream it, my focus is it's not all there. Like the last game I streamed I think it was the first 2.5 hours of God of War Ragnarok. And I was able to mostly process everything that happened, but make no mistake, when I was done streaming that, I went back and I replayed that intro like again. Like I started over because I'm like, I gotta experience this on my own, with no chat, no stream, nothing, just me. And that's just how I am with single player games. So truth be told, I'm probably not going to stream Dead Space Remake, but I do plan to talk about it quite a bit. And I do plan to talk about many of the games that I plan on playing this year, all throughout, future Press X podcast episodes. You're saying MBG, remove the top cover from your PS4 Pro. It will be much quieter. Interesting. I wonder if that would actually work. It probably does need to be cleaned out. Actually, you know what? I think I have some canned air, whatever the hell it's called, spray. Maybe I'll try to use that on it. I forgot I had that. Try to clean it out a little bit. But yeah, I don't know how you guys are going to feel about that, but I could very easily see myself getting totally hooked and totally addicted to some of Sony's multiplayer games that are coming out over the next year or two, a couple of years. And I don't know that I want to, I'll have to see how it does. Like if there seems to be a lot of interest in like, oh yeah, dude, I'd like to have some stream sessions just hanging out with you while you play some Factions 2 multiplayer or something like that. And if that's like something that can work out and people are interested in it, maybe I could even make a second channel just dedicated to like gameplay streams and stuff like that. So we'll see, man. We'll see. At this point, what I'm mostly focused on is seeing these multiplayer games from Sony, because that's the thing, man, is I do love my multiplayer games, and I've been seeing how much I've been playing Dead by Daylight, and I'm like, Sony, I think they're doing it right, man, because I know a lot of people are just single player only gamers, but I'm both. I play single player games and I play multiplayer games, and that's where I've always kind of thought to myself, like, I notice every time I'm finished with a single player Sony game, that's usually what I do, is I maybe either go to another multi-platform game, that's a single player, or if there's nothing that I'm playing at the moment, I'll go to a multiplayer game. And so just this idea that Sony's going to have their own multiplayer games. It's really been a long time since we've seen Sony really give their best effort in the multiplayer space, and I'm excited to see how it works out for them. So thank you for that, Disco Cobra. Josh, you're saying Ant-Man game by Media Molecule could be lit. Yeah. Dude, I don't know why. That just makes me laugh. I don't know why. So, talking about Media Molecule, apparently that leak that we got from 4chan, that leak claimed that a full-blown Dreams 2 is in development for PS5 and PSVR 2. And I thought to myself, that actually makes a lot of sense. It's worth noting, I said this, I'll just say it again. Jim Ryan, during his CES 2023 PlayStation speech, when they put up all their big franchises on the big screen behind them, smack dab in the middle, Dreams. I think that's a clear sign that that's Sony's way of saying, yeah, we didn't forget Dreams. We still believe in it. And I would love to see a Dreams 2. I haven't interacted with Dreams in quite some time, but I don't know. I think Sony is on to something. I think Media Molecule is really on to something here. They just have to find a way to get this game out there in a bigger way. I really think if they can do that, because it's not really a game, right? Like this development platform. I think they have something big on their hands. They just don't know exactly how to handle it or what to do with it yet. But yeah, an Ant-Man game by Media Molecule. Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen, man, just to be honest. PlayStation Pete, you're saying I accidentally platinumed the PS4 Ragnarok, transferred save data to PS5 version, got the PS5 Platinum for free, double platinum. Sifu will be another double platinum, number 40 and number 41 platinums. That's kind of funny that you accidentally platinumed the PS4 version. So I guess that means you were playing the PS4 version the whole time then, I guess. But hey, man, I guess it works out. 2 platinums. I don't feel the need to do that. I thought about doing that, knowing that I could get double platinums, but I'm like, if I'm just gonna play the PS5 version, I'll just stick with that. But if you're somebody who is a trophy hunter, I could see the allure. I could certainly see the allure of chasing those double platinums, because why not, man? Like, if it's just a free platinum. I mean, I know why I'm not doing it, but I don't know. That's pretty good though, man. I'm glad you platinum Ragnarok. Ragnarok was a good platinum, I think. It wasn't too tedious. And actually, there's an interesting conversation I want to try to have with you guys before the end of this podcast episode, where a developer recently came out and said that he thinks trophies and achievements ruin games. And that's very interesting to me, because I've been thinking about this myself, and I want to kind of I was almost wondering if I should save that discussion for a separate video topic or something. But maybe if we have time, we could talk about it here a little bit. Just because I think it's an interesting question. It's especially interesting to hear it coming from a developer. So, glad to hear that, PlayStation Pete. Thank you for the super chat, man. Josh Z, again, you're saying Harry Potter is one of entertainment's biggest phenomenon of all time. A couple of loudmouths on Twitter can't squash that fire. That's just the truth, man. That's just the truth. Like I said, people could say what they want, but the numbers will speak for themselves. The numbers don't lie, and it's about as factual as it gets. And people, I think, are going to be some people might be surprised. Others, I think most people won't be surprised when they see just how well this game's going to do. No doubt about that, Josh. So thank you for that, man. Broccoli Rob, once again, with his weekly, hey, IBG, can I borrow $1 this time? I don't know, man. You always know the response you're going to get from me. I don't know. I mean, you're giving me $2, asking me for $1. YouTube's going to take a certain portion of that $2. I don't know. 30%, something like that. I don't know. I don't know how much YouTube takes, something like that. But I don't know. Maybe ask YouTube this time, right? Does YouTube have $1 to spare? No, I appreciate it, Broccoli Rob. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying, so excited for Hogwarts Legacy. Don't care about those haters with their hot air. It's like those protesters throwing mashed potatoes and tomato soup at art paintings. They're mad. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. It's like, Humans are weird, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm weird. I think everybody to a certain extent is a little weird, but you just see some of the stuff that people do and you're like, really? Of all the things you could do, like, this is what you choose. This right here. No, I'm in agreement with you, Zanarkand Blitzer. People just, it's human nature, man. People need to find things to fight, to be angry with, to throw mashed potatoes at, to throw tomato soup at. It's human nature to do these things. So, I laugh, but I cry inside at the same time. I laugh, but I cry inside at the same time. Thank you for that, Zanarkand Blitzer. Thank you for that super chat. I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement. Let me see. We have a Big Nabs saying 2 mil sales for a new horror IP is actually good. I agree. Any new horror IP that can sell 2 million, I think that's actually really good. The horror genre, it's not the most popular. I hope it grows though. I would like to see the horror genre grow. It deserves it. And I think if there's any year where we're going to see the horror genre really start to grow, I think it's this year. I do. I mean, just look at how many horror games we're getting. It's looking good. Starscream 3117, you're saying, heard you talking about Naughty Dog a few times, and I believe The Last of Us 3 will come after a new IP, just as Uncharted 4 came after The Last of Us 1. Love the content. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, I actually think so too. I do, because one of the things that Neil Druckmann said recently that I think a lot of people are not paying close enough attention to, and I admit even I had to kind of like go over all the interviews a couple more times, is he made it clear that the Last of Us multiplayer game, the way Naughty Dog is viewing it, is this is the way they're going to continue to tell stories in the Last of Us universe. And I'm almost wondering, like, I mean, I think we're going to get a Last of Us 3. Like, they said it has a script written for it and everything, but to me, that's pretty important to pay attention to, because it's like, yeah, I know that this is going to be a multiplayer game from Naughty Dog, but like, you're going to be experiencing new stories. You're going to be experiencing new characters. Like, they're probably going to have cutscenes and everything else. So to me, it just kind of comes off as like, this is going to be Naughty Dog's way of continuing to flesh out that universe with new characters and, different stories to tell. And I think that's pretty important to pay attention to, because I just get this feeling that if they go right into The Last of Us Part 3, I don't know, man. I feel like that's really getting into oversaturation territory, Like I said, we got The Last of Us Part 1 right after The Last of Us Part 2. I have no doubt we're going to get The Last of Us Part 2 for PS5 and PC at some point. We're getting The Last of Us multiplayer game. We had The Last of Us HBO. I think it would be totally ideal if Naughty Dog kind of came out and was like, we have a new IP. But here's the one thing that I have to say, though, about this. And this actually brings me back to something that Jason Schreier actually said not that long ago on Twitter. Jason Schreier came out and he was like, it's interesting to think that the production costs of AAA games today have risen so much that if a new AAA game were to be greenlit today, it won't come out until like the PlayStation 6, something along those lines. And that's the thing that really makes me question, like, I don't know. What we can say right now is Naughty Dog as well as Sony are all in on The Last of Us IP. I mean, they've always been in on it, but now it's like, dude, they are taking things to another level with this IP in particular. This is like one of their most beloved IPs that they want everywhere. There is a part of me that almost does think, considering how long the development process of a AAA single player game from Naughty Dog, right? One of the biggest studios in the world. It's so hard for me to imagine that The Last of Us Part 3 is going to happen. Like, realistically speaking, if they have a new IP that would mean that The Last of Us Part 3 wouldn't come out until years after that new IP comes out. that new IP from Naughty Dog wouldn't come out until the end of this generation. So you're basically talking about The Last of Us Part 3 not coming out until the middle of the PlayStation 6 generation, give or take. That's difficult for me to believe. It really, I want to believe that, but that's very hard for me to imagine. I get the feeling that, I don't know, man. I just kind of get the feeling that Sony wants Naughty Dog on The Last of Us. And I kind of also get the feeling with Neil Druckmann being the president of Naughty Dog. Neil Druckmann, dude, I mean, I'll put it to you this way. If he has any interest in doing something outside of The Last of Us, he's keeping that very close to the chest. He has not given me any hint that in fact, the only thing he said recently that makes me think maybe they are doing something different than The Last of Us 3 is one of the things Neil Druckmann said is that the games he's been inspired by recently are specifically Inside and Elden Ring. And he's talking about from a storytelling perspective how these games, their stories, you are up for interpretation, like you to a degree. I mean, if you really dive deep into Elden Ring's lore, there are some specifics, but it also requires you to kind of do some work on your end. And he basically said that going forward with Naughty Dog games, they don't want to hold people's hands anymore. And they are taking inspiration from this type of storytelling. And I'm having a difficult time with this because I'm like, well, isn't that kind of the opposite of what The Last of Us and like Uncharted and the type, basically, isn't that kind of the opposite of the type of games you make though? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you could replicate that type of ambiguity in storytelling in a series like The Last of Us, because The Last of Us is quite literally the opposite of that. Like, for example, like with Abby and her reasoning for, getting revenge and what happened with Joel, like there's no ambiguity. Like they literally have to paint the entire picture for you and walk you through it to get you to see, and this is why it all happens the way it does. So what it tells me is one of two things. Number one, if they are doing The Last of Us 3 next, I think the way that they're going to tell this story is actually going to be very different than the way that they've told the story of The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. And I think that could be very interesting. I don't know how they would pull it off, but it could be very different. The second thing it tells me is that if they're not doing The Last of Us 3, then it means if they are doing a new IP, the storytelling aspect in this new IP is going to be handled very differently than what they've done in The Last of Us as well as Uncharted. And to me, that does sound more likely. I don't imagine you just change the storytelling aspect or approach for a third game in a series. I feel like that's something you kind of reserve for a new IP. So definitely got me thinking there for a minute about the whole Last of Us thing. So, or the new IP with Naughty Dog. So thank you for that, Starscream. Lock PSB, you're saying Square Enix needs to bring back the Chrono series. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking for that, man. It's hard to say. It's hard to say if they're going to or not. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see what type of announcements Square is planning on making this year. Excuse me again. Let me see. Rari2XX, you're saying if they release SOCOM PS5, it would skyrocket. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, man. I feel, I honestly feel like I've given up on the SOCOM dream. I don't think it's happening. I don't. I mean, I feel like the return of SOCOM was basically like the PlayStation fan base collectively hoping and trying to will something into existence, because the reality is there has been zero evidence of anything related to SOCOM. There have been no name drops. There have been no rumors. There have been no leaks. The closest thing we ever had, and the closest thing we do have, is there are multiple shooters in development with Sony partners right now. But even then, it's like, do we imagine them coming out and being like, we made a new SOCOM? It just sounds kind of hard to believe. By the way, guys, we have over 650 people here hanging out with me, which is awesome. Appreciate your support so much. Just do me one favor, take a moment, just hit that like button. We should be able to easily get to 300, 350 likes. I only ask you to do this because it helps with YouTube's algorithm, and we can continue to grow this community here and hopefully grow the podcast each week. So hit that like button for me. But Rory, I think I've kind of given up on SOCOM for now. So, but you say it would skyrocket. I think it would do well. I think depending on how it was handled, it would be good for Sony at this moment in time for sure. John Burkett, you're saying, did you beat Ragnarok? I keep getting distracted with all the side content. I did. I beat Ragnarok. I got the platinum. I think I put about 55 hours, 49, 55, something like that. I put about 50 hours roughly, give or take, into it. And I started to get distracted by the side content, but then I was like, you know what? I gotta reel it in here because I started to really feel like I gotta stay on track with the main story. I want to know how this is going to play out. I want to know what's going to happen. And I just said, I'll get to the side content afterwards. And that's what I did. I did like 1 or 2 side missions until I was just like, now I'm crunching the story. Not crunching, but just totally focused on the story. And then after that, I'll do all the side content. And man, the side content is phenomenal. Dude, the side content, a lot of the side content in Ragnarok is literally just as good as the main story content. It's actually quite staggering. So, did you guys see? Okay, so before Elden Ring defenders, don't get upset at me, okay? Because I like Elden Ring. Understand, I like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is great, and I respect it. I respect how it won Game of the Year, but there's something that I have to mention here that I feel like. Yes, Space Gambler Jr. saying no, I don't. Dude, I do. I really do. Come on, if I didn't like Elden Ring, would I've spent 90 hours in it, bro? I spent more time in Elden Ring than Ragnarok. All right, so understand. And dude, the Dark Souls series is one of my favorite game series of all time. I love From Software. I'm only saying this because I just think it's important to highlight. We've given Elden Ring our due respect, and for some reason, there's like kind of this argument that continues to happen online where it's like Elden Ring fans and God of War fans, and maybe throwing a couple Horizon fans, and they're all swinging at each other, metaphorically speaking here. So the DICE Award nominations came out, and God of War Ragnarok is in the lead by like double that of Elden Ring. Now, look. This isn't me trying to flex and be like, take that, Elden Ring fans. No, because Elden Ring is up for, I think, 6 or 7 nominations. But the thing that I need to stress here, the thing that's important about this, so what are the DICE Awards? So, here's the best way I could describe the DICE Awards. You know how the Game Awards each year, every December, are for us and everybody in the industry? Like, it's for the gamer, for the consumer, for the people who play games. The DICE Awards are that, but for developers. So the DICE Awards are incredibly important to video game developers. And I've always said in the past that, do you think developers really care? Do you think they really care at the end of the day about winning like Game of the Year awards from whether it's, Jeff Keighley's show or other random shows? They like it, yes. Who wouldn't want to win Game of the Year? Of course, From Software is incredibly proud. Of course, Sony's incredibly proud. Anybody who wins Game of the Year would be proud. But you want to talk about the awards that actually make the biggest difference from like the development standpoint? The DICE Awards are the most important, or one of the most important. And these, like, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because the fact that God of War Ragnarok has 12 nominations and is in the lead by, dude, God of War Ragnarok, I think, is in the lead by like 4 or 5 nominations. That's really important. Like, what that pretty much tells you is that God of War Ragnarok, as insane as it sounds, that's the game that developers are paying very close attention to. Now, and don't get me wrong. Again, I don't want people to misinterpret what I'm saying. Development team, even Neil Druckmann himself just said he's literally paying attention to Elden Ring and influenced by it. Elden Ring is massively going to influence the future of game development. No doubt about that. That is solidified. But I just can't help but find it interesting that, you know, when you talk about, well, what's the game that developers are like kind of, you know, consider like the most impressive and the, you know, like what's the game that's really standing out there? It's actually God of War. And believe it or not, Horizon Forbidden West is in second place. I think Horizon Forbidden West has one more DICE Award nomination than Elden Ring. And I just, look, I know how people get. I know how they get. We've seen it where it's, you know, people really kind of want to pick one side or the other. And that's, I see Payne in the chat saying, I think God of War is a little overrated. And that's fine, dude. Like, the important thing, in my opinion, to pay attention to between God of War and like Elden Ring is they are very different games. You know, in a lot of ways, they're very different. I don't necessarily think that there are a lot of things that God of War needs to copy from Elden Ring, nor do I think that there are a lot of things that Elden Ring needs to copy from God of War. I don't view it like that, but I just think that it is important to highlight that from a development standpoint, developers seem to be paying very close attention to a lot of the things that PlayStation Studios is doing. And I think that it kind of, you know, to me, it's not that surprising because Elden Ring is a damn great video game and does a lot of things right. And I have no doubt that it's going to have major influence, but it's also like, at the same time, there are just some things that Sony Studios are doing in some areas of, like, mainly with their single player narrative games, where it's like, is anybody else doing this? I mean, I'm genuinely asking that. Like, is anybody else? How many other? Who's doing this? You know, and I feel like maybe we can get close with, like, for example, like a game like the Callisto Protocol. Like, I feel like the Callisto Protocol was a new game that came out that's like, it's getting there, you know, but it didn't quite hit the mark. But then we have games like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and I'm like, well, that looks like it could be, you know, getting close. And I do wonder that. Like, I do wonder if the reason why God of War maybe has more DICE Award nominations is simply because of the nature of the type of game it is. Same with Horizon, where it's like, there's a lot of mocap, there's a lot more cutscenes, there's a lot of voice acting, you know, there's all these different aspects that, like, that stuff isn't really prioritized in a game like Elden Ring, which people like that about it, you know, ironically enough. But I don't know, I just thought it was worth pointing out because, like, here's the reason why I'm mentioning it. It's not, I just thought it was fascinating that somehow Ragnarok has, like, literally double the amount of DICE awards. Like, that is kind of surprising to me. I thought Elden Ring would have had more. But the real important part of this, and the reason why I actually care, because I don't care about these awards, really. I mean, like, they don't matter to me. Is because if you ever wonder, like, how is Sony able to continually, like, kind of reel in this type of talent? How are they able to consistently bring in some of the most talented developers in the industry and keep them there? It's literally times like this where you better believe, dude, developers are looking at the amount of awards at the DICE Awards that Sony Studios is up for, and they care about that, you know? And this is, I think, incredibly important to acknowledge, because when we talk about things like, for example, I know this is going to seem like it's making a hard left turn, but bear with me here, I have a point to make. When we talk about, like, acquisitions in the industry, and people, you know, people go kind of back and forth with, oh, you know, Microsoft shouldn't be allowed to just buy publishers and buy all them up. You know, Microsoft should try to do it the right way. And we talk about that, you know, and there's just kind of that back and forth. And there's always just this kind of this look where it's like, dude, Sony has been kicking Microsoft's ass in when it comes to just putting out great video games consistently for years now. And this is Microsoft's answer. Well, dude, like, this is one of the reasons. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. This is literally one of the reasons why Microsoft has struggled, because it's almost like a snowball effect where Sony studios continue to attract more and more and more industry talent. And that's something that actually does affect not only Microsoft, but other studios. When we talk about acquisitions these days, this is why, dude, these video game developers and these publishers, they are fighting for talent, man. Like that's you listen to why the reasoning why Sony bought Bungie and they had like $1 billion out of like the $3.6 billion that Sony paid for Bungie. I think 1 billion of that was dedicated just for employee retention alone, to basically try to say like, don't look, you just got bought out and everybody's going to make a great payday. We want to incentivize you to stay. Like, we don't want you to just retire. Basically, we want your talent. This is what matters. And I'm just basically trying to explain that Sony's games, Sony having God of War Ragnarok up for 12 nominations, and I think Horizon Forbidden West in second place up for 7 DICE nominations. This is kind of a big deal. Like, that's kind of a big deal for their studio, for PlayStation Studios, and it's good if you're somebody like myself or many of you who actually really enjoy the quality of PlayStation Studios. This is the type of stuff that developers are attracted to, man, that makes them be like, oh, like I want to get in there. I want this. They're at the cutting edge of this stuff. I want to get in on the ground floor there. So, I just thought that was worth highlighting. But you know what? Then again, like I imagine that many of these development studios are looked at as pretty coveted, right? Like at this point, I mean, if you're working at From Software, you probably feel pretty damn good. I'd feel pretty damn good. So I don't know, man. I've just always kind of felt like, dude, From Software should be a Sony studio, bro. Like no joke here. I just feel like From Software should be a Sony studio. I just feel like From Software could benefit tremendously from the backing and the technology, just all the things that PlayStation Studios has to offer. Because every time a studio gets acquired by Sony, they don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying that for exclusivity. I know what people are thinking. I don't mean it that way. Okay, I'm not talking about so that way Elden Ring 2 can be exclusive. Not like that. I just mean like they're a studio that when you look at their history with Sony, with games like Demon's Souls, looking at what Bluepoint did with Demon's Souls, remaking that game. I don't know, man. I feel like it'd be a match made in heaven there. I don't think it'll happen. I mean, Sony did invest in From Software. I think that what they own, like, see somebody in chat mentioning 14% or something like that. So that's going to pay dividends for them for sure, I imagine. But you're saying they definitely should not. Just look at how they treated Bloodborne. Dude, I'm telling you. People think Sony's stupid. Sony's not stupid. You think Sony doesn't see the potential in Bloodborne? Sony knows that the only way anything Bloodborne related works. Keep in mind, you have to understand Sony's stance with all of their IP going forward is they want it to be a big franchise. They want it to be something that can be successful all around. And if you listen to what Herman Hulse said about one of the reasons why they invested into From Software is for that reason, like, for like some TV stuff and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, Sony would love to do a Bloodborne 2. I think Sony would kill to do a Bloodborne 2, but I think they refuse to do it unless From Software is the one making the game. You know what I mean? Like I don't think From Software, I don't know what they're doing. They're working on Armored Core now, and I'm sure they're probably already working on a follow-up to Elden Ring. So I think Sony's playing the waiting game to where, like, basically investing in From Software, and when the timing is right, man, and From Software is like free again, they're like, so how about that Bloodborne 2? MBG, I thought you didn't like industry consolidation. Well, yeah, I mean, I mostly don't. It's just like, I don't have a problem with some studios where I feel like it makes sense being acquired. And it depends on how it all pans out. For example, like, if you, because I'm assuming you're referencing like my comments on the Activision Blizzard thing. Look, if at the end of the day, Microsoft really does not care about keeping their games multi-platform, like, for example, when Sony bought Bungie, one of the things Bungie literally came out and said is, just so you know, every one of our future games are releasing on Xbox. There's not going to be any PlayStation exclusivity. So it was almost like, oh, okay. Well, you know, I think for a lot of PlayStation fans, that was kind of confusing at first because it's like, that's not what you would expect with Sony, right? Sony's kind of the opposite, where normally with Sony, you kind of expect like the exclusivity is the main factor, right? But not with Bungie. And when I look at what Microsoft's doing with like Activision, if at the end of the day, because I'll be honest, I do believe that at the end of the day, Microsoft is going to get Activision Blizzard. If it's just like, yeah, dude, we're not making these games exclusive. Like, we just really wanted to own them for Game Pass and for the mobile sector. I don't really have a problem with that, you know, like, because it's like, well, that doesn't really negatively affect anybody, you know? So when it comes to like these bigger, you know, more massive acquisitions and exclusivity, like, I'm not for that. You know, I wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, I would love to see Sony buy Capcom and then make all of Capcom's games exclusive. No, that sounds like that's egregious. You know, that seems totally unnecessary and egregious. But you're saying, but that's literally what Microsoft said, yet you're so against it. Well, hold on now. I've said a lot about the Activision Blizzard situation, and not to get off track here, but I will say that I've made that comment multiple times before. I frankly don't know if I trust Microsoft. That's all. Like, I feel like it's difficult to trust them after what they did with Bethesda, and I just kind of get this feeling that Microsoft is playing the long game. Like, I get the feeling that Microsoft, they do kind of make me feel like, yeah, you're doing a 10-year deal. I don't know. I mean, the 10-year deal thing, I guess at that point it's like, yeah, 10 years is a long time, right? And if that, but I don't know, dude. I don't know. I just, at the end of the day, I don't trust Microsoft. They make me nervous. And dude, I feel like, honestly, if you're a Bungie fan, you should probably be saying the same thing about Sony right now. Like, do I completely believe that Sony's not going to have an exclusive Bungie game at some point? No, I don't. No, I don't. I feel like Bungie can say anything they want. I feel like at some point, whether it's, even if it's 10 years from now, I feel like at some point, one of these days, there's going to be a PlayStation showcase. Bungie comes out on stage and they announce a new PlayStation exclusive Bungie game. I see that happening, you know? So it's one of these situations where it's like, maybe at the end of the day, yeah, consolidation isn't a good thing, and we don't need more acquisitions, but I just think that there are some that make more sense than others. You know, hence why I'm not really freaking out too much or complaining too much about Bethesda, because it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of, it's okay, I guess, in this case, because Microsoft maybe really needs that. But anyway, I'm running very behind on these super chats, so I got to keep it flowing here, guys. Let me see. Subtext, you're saying, any plans to replay Spider-Man and Miles to get hyped for the sequel? Just played the PS5 remaster for the first time, and the hype levels were heightened. I was thinking about that, and it really depends. Right now, I want to say yes. I would absolutely love to replay those games when we get very close to the launch of Spider-Man 2, but it really depends on, at that time, if there are any other new games that I'm playing. You know, if there aren't and the coast is clear, then yeah, you know, I'm going to roll out the carpet for Spider-Man on PS5 and Miles Morales. And so I'm sure we'll talk about it when we get to that. But yeah, it seems like a good, because it's been a while. It has been a while, you know, especially for Spider-Man 2018. Haven't played the PS5 version yet. I think maybe I dabbled in it a little bit, but I haven't beaten it again. Snuffy, Pashkow, you're saying, check the heatsink, make sure it's tight. My PS4 Pro did this and would shut down. Make sure your heatsink is tight. Should fix it, maybe. I might look into it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of at this point hoping that the PS4 Pro can just hang in there until I get a second PS5, very likely a PS5 Slim, you know, at some point. So I'll have two PS5s, one in the other room, you know, or in two different rooms. But It's hanging in there, man. Although now that I've said that, the next time I turn it on, it's probably going to break completely. But if anything like that happens, if it starts shutting down or whatever, I'll try to look into that. Subtext, you're saying, we disagree a lot about The Last of Us Part 2, though I do get your point of view. But about saying you dropped the show, what if the show covered the years in between Part 1 and Part 2? Yeah, well, I admit, like, I feel like maybe that was a bit of a loaded statement. I don't... Look, I'm going to watch The Last of Us on HBO, and I'm going to watch the whole first season, and I'm assuming I'm going to love it, or at the very least think, wow, that was really good. I'm not just gonna. I guess I'm probably not just gonna drop it. But if they can carry me to the second season, and they're gonna cover the events of the second game, and like you just said, if they're gonna do stuff where they covered the years in between, I actually think that'd be very cool. Like that would make me more open to be like, okay, now we're gonna have more fleshing out, more context, more stuff that just wasn't there in the game. That's interesting to me. And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm so interested in the show, because it's like, I feel like I've played the story of The Last of Us so many different times now. Yeah, it's like I kind of know what to expect to a T, but hearing that they're covering much more stuff in this and going much deeper with stuff that they just realistically couldn't do in the game because it's a video game, there has to be playable sections. That stuff interests me. And so, yeah, realistically speaking, I guess the only thing I'm really wondering is where does it end? You know what I mean? Because it's like, we've only had 2 Last of Us games, and the first season of the show is covering the entirety of the first game. So I guess it does kind of open the door to just many different possibilities in what they could do. Assuming if the show, I mean, guys, it looks like this show is going to be incredibly successful for Sony, for HBO. They're going to want to keep it going. Now that's where my interest gets, to me, I start to find that very interesting, because I'm like, well, you only have so much source material to work with here. You're saying they did promise only 3 seasons. Did they? I don't recall reading anything about that. I guess, I don't know, man. I'm assuming that they want to, if this show is as successful as it's looking like it's going to be, they're going to want it to go as long as it can. They're going to want to milk that, like they're not going to want to just let it end. So that intrigues me. So, the idea that I'm just going to drop it with season 2, no, that's realistically not going to happen. But I don't know, depending on which direction they go in, I could see myself becoming much less interested. I don't know. I don't know, man. Here's what I'll say. When it comes to the HBO Last of Us, when it comes to The Last of Us going forward in general, I'm willing to keep an open mind. Can't say that I'll automatically like it or love it, but I'm keeping an open mind, for sure. I just can't sit here and commit to being like, I'm done with this or that. Even if I say that sometimes, I know that I'm probably BSing myself. Zanarkand Blitzer with a part 1, part 2, and I think later on you got a part 3 or something. I'm a little bit behind here, but you're saying part 1 MBG, maybe the VR section of Metal Gear Solid 1 Remake will be the VR missions. Oh, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Raiden, I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing. Pliskin, like what? Part 2, Raiden, sneaking mission 60, weapons 80. Pliskin, VR, huh? Raiden, but realistic in every way. Pliskin, a virtual grunt of the digital age. Digital age. That's just great. Raiden, that's far more effective than live exercises. It's funny, dude. I know the exact scene you're playing out right now, and that is so funny to imagine, dude. Like, MGS2. I'm just gonna continue on with these because it'll be really out of context. You continue by saying part 3, Pliskin, you don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises. Raiden says there's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is that it isn't actually happening. Pliskin says that's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War as a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier? Raiden says, so you're saying VR training is some kind of mind control. Dude, that would be... I love that, man. I love what you're presenting here as an Arcane Blitzer, because this would be like a Kojima revelation, or a prophecy coming true. MG. This is by the way, for those who don't know, this is a scene from Metal Gear Solid 2, and I think it seems to me like this is word for word here. And this game came out in like 2001. This was well before VR was, even remotely a mainstream thing. And it would be just incredible to come totally full circle and to be playing VR missions in a state-of-the-art VR headset released by Sony. That is awesome. I love that. Although I will say that the VR that's being described here, where pain sensations, a little bit more, I think, advanced, a little bit more advanced than where we're at right now with PSVR 2, but I could see us getting there. I could. So, dude, Zanarkand Blitzer, thank you so much for that string of those string of super chats, and you got me. You got that. You got that scene replaying in my head again. Man, I want to play MGS2 again. I hope. See, the thing is, apparently, with Konami bringing back Metal Gear, they're going to be remastering, I think, like all of the main games. So I've thought about like going back and playing some Metal Gear titles, but I'm holding out. I'm holding out because there's been reports that no, before they release the remake, they're going to put out some, like maybe they'll do a collection. Oh my God. I gotta calm down here. Gotta calm down. Don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But man, could you imagine like an entire PS5 collection, remastered MGS 1 through 4? Maybe throw in Portable Ops and Peace Walker in there. Why not? That'd be amazing. Remastering would be ideal. Remaking without Kojima? No. I'm telling you. Okay, so I went back and I checked. All right. And I want to correct myself here. So the original report of the Metal Gear Solid remake, well, actually, it dates back all the way to the launch of the PlayStation. And the rumor was that Metal Gear Solid 1 is being remade. And then it just like never happened. But then last year, a report came out from VGC, and they said that based off of their sources, there is a Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater remake in development at Virtuous Studio. And there has been there's been evidence that this is true. For example, there's a job listing at Virtuous Studio that says they're working on a AAA remake of an action-adventure game. And they also teased Metal Gear in a recent video of theirs where one of the developers was talking, and on his desk, right in front of the camera, was the art of Metal Gear Solid. So it's like, okay, this seems to be legit. And then not too long after that, now, you're saying a source was contacted. Trust me, bro. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Not too long after that, I don't know if this is like a trusted leaker anymore. Okay, I don't know if they're trusted, but we talked about them a couple times. I think they got a couple things in the past correct, but Millie A, I don't know if she's still leaking stuff or not. But I went back and I checked, and she's the one who claimed, and we'll see if this is true. It's difficult. I don't think it's true. I don't know though. Part of me believes it. She claimed that Hideo Kojima is consulting on the remake, not developing it. He's not like at Konami. He's not traveling to Konami and meeting with them or whatever. Like, apparently, he is consulting on the remake. And I've talked about this at length, and I'm not going to go too deep into it again, but a part of me believes that this could be real for two reasons. Number one, a consultation role is pretty simple, really. I mean, all Kojima would be doing is having a virtual call with probably, the leads of the team or the director of the project, and basically just, asking some questions, giving them some guidance, telling them some things that he, would do or wouldn't do, or things he wouldn't change, things he would change, whatever it might be. Kojima. But here's the other thing. Something else that makes me think that I don't know that Kojima is going to be involved at all is Kojima has his own podcast now, okay, called Brain Structure. And I listened to an episode where he was I think it was the episode where he was finally addressing the whole blue box thing, which was crazy to finally have that happen, where he was basically saying like, yeah, I don't know what's going on with any of this. Like, I don't know who this person is. And he's getting tired of seeing the memes. But one of the things he said in that podcast was that he was sure to make it clear that like he's done with Metal Gear and Silent Hill, and he's not involved with it. And he seemed like pretty serious. Like I'm gonna be honest, like he almost seemed kind of annoyed, where he's like, just please grow up. Like, I don't know if he said that, but he had this kind of demeanor where he was basically saying like, guys, I'm not doing this stuff anymore. Like, I'm not with Konami anymore. I don't work on Metal Gear anymore. I'm not working on Silent Hill. And he just basically told people, I felt like he was speaking to me directly. He's like, it's not happening. So hearing that, it makes me think, okay, maybe it's a lot less likely that Kojima is going to have any involvement at all. But then again, he says this after he puts out a trailer in 2021 that was such a clear nod to Metal Gear, with the cardboard box, Sam getting into it. You know what I mean? And just like clearly acknowledging, yes, I'm the Metal Gear Solid guy. So I also just said, and I'll say this one last time, I also think to myself, like, if you're Kojima, right? If you're Kojima, Metal Gear is his. Like, it is. I mean, I know that Konami owns the rights to it, but he is Metal Gear. He's the one who made it. He's the mastermind behind it all, right? If you're Kojima, knowing how heavily involved he was with every single mainline game, I just find it hard to believe that he would just be like, yeah, no, I'm good. Like, I just kind of always get this feeling that he would want to kind of know, like, what are you guys doing with it? Like, what are you doing with my baby? I guess you could say, and I would just find it kind of crazy if he was just like, I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. But then again, though, after what Konami did with Metal Gear Survive, maybe it's not that hard. Because, dude, Kojima literally watched them butcher it right before his eyes after firing him. So the teams made Metal Gear Solid, not Kojima alone. Of course. Not to take it. Of course. I mean, dude, like, that's the thing is there's the dude who was teasing Metal Gear Solid was a long-time producer of Metal Gear Solid. Like, he's been there since the beginning. He didn't follow Kojima. And no doubt he's had a huge involvement in the games, So it's not like, I do believe there is still some essence of that there, at Konami. I have no doubt. But we also can't deny that, if we try to imagine what would Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what would those games be like if Kojima wasn't involved? You see what I'm saying? It's hard to really, it's hard to know. So, but yeah, I think you're saying Kojima healthily moved on and is focused on Death Stranding 2. I agree. So I'm kind of 50-50 on that situation. I will say this, similar to how you know what? Let me point this out too. This is important to point out, and I actually didn't mention this previously. Let's refer to Silent Hill 2 Remake. What is one of the most important things that Konami made sure to do with this game? They were sure to bring out two of the original creators that worked on it. Okay? Ito and Yamaoka. Ito-san and Yamaoka-san. Okay? These are two of the OG Team Silent members that were heavily responsible for a lot of what made Silent Hill 2 what it was. And I just want to point out that, Konami made it very clear, like, they're involved. Their names are prominent there, they had them show up on the stream. And it was just very important for them to convey that we have like some of the originals here working on this game and consulting with it and directly involved with it. I'm just saying that, we see that willingness from Konami. Maybe that's a sign with the remake, nonetheless. Maybe that's a sign that with a Metal Gear remake, they might try to do something similar. But again, it's much different. No offense to Yamaoka-san and Ito-san, but Kojima-san is viewed a little bit differently. So we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens, guys. I'm telling you now, if Konami like has this whole like we're having a whole Metal Gear comeback, we're gonna announce a remake. They're gonna announce all these projects, dude. You're gonna witness me in real time slowly convert into like a Metal Gear channel. I'm just kidding, of course. Always be a PlayStation channel, but man, there will be a lot of Metal Gear on this channel. So, if you're a Metal Gear fan, buckle up. Do you think Yang Ye will go back to being a Metal Gear channel? Or do you think Yang Ye is going to be like F Konami? Because, dude, I remember watching Yang Ye way back, like when he was like when he was covering Metal Gear Solid 5. And I remember how sad it was after Konami basically killed Metal Gear. He had to like move on from Metal Gear on his channel, and he had to he's a very different channel now, but I wonder about that. First Dead by Daylight, now Metal Gear Solid. I know, very different games, right? Oh, okay. I still have some super chats. So Zanarkand Blitzer, I covered all of yours. Billy Too Smooth, member for 32 months. You're saying, we got to go do something as a community to get MBG to 100K. Guys, share his channel with friends and coworkers. He deserves it more. Well, thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, here's the thing about that. Yeah, it's kind of torturous to be so close to the 100,000 subscriber mark because I feel like it's been slow, right? Once I hit the 90K mark, I don't even remember what it was, but I seemingly hit a wall at 90K. And I'm telling you, it's because most of the growth happened at an accelerated rate during the pandemic and the build up to the PS5. Like I saw insane growth on the channel, which was awesome. At this point in time, though, what's most important to me are subscribers who are here because they really want to be here. You know what I mean? Like people who are like actively choosing to subscribe because they're like, I like what this channel's about. I'm really into it. And it's something that I want to kind of, be, I don't want to say like dedicated to, but just there's genuine interest there. It can be tough. Like that's why a lot of times I see like these YouTube channels where they kind of have like, I don't want to say scattershot videos, but they have a lot of like random videos that just kind of took off, and you could tell like they positioned the videos to gain as much reach as possible. And they have like so many subscribers, hundreds of thousands, but they're just not really like the engagement isn't really there. That's not really what I'm looking for, and that's not the kind of, I'm trying to have like kind of a more tight knit community. That's we're simply put, just the interest is genuine. So don't get me wrong, dude. Like, yes, please share the content. Getting the content out in front of more eyes is important. That's how we grow. And hopefully anybody who does choose to subscribe, that's why they're going to subscribe. So thank you for that, Billy Too Smooth. Kevin Reavers, you're saying the news about them not revealing much to reduce crunch. Yeah, they're getting pretty to the industry. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. Naughty Dog saying that they're going to basically hold off on announcing their next game because they want to reduce crunch and it puts a lot of pressure on them. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, man. But if you think about it, like those reports were probably pretty damaging to them. And I remember when they came out, and a lot of people in the industry made a big deal about it. So there's no doubt that they probably made some changes since then. And I will say, I think if they can put out this multiplayer game sooner rather than later, that'll give them a lot of time. They put out The Last of Us Part 1. they'll put out this Last of Us multiplayer game. I think that should give them quite a bit of time to be able to really focus on what it is that they need to get done. And I'm not against it. Like, I would rather a game be announced truly closer to its release rather than farther. I don't want to have to wait. I don't want to have to wait like 5 years. It's okay if I have to sometimes, but but it is what it is, man. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Sony better do a good job with their Mass Effect-like RPG cover shooter. So much potential there. An RPG with Sony-level storytelling will be so good. I agree. It's tough because apparently People Can Fly, the guys who made Outriders, is doing it. And I'll put it this way. You talk about good storytelling. If People Can Fly is making it, they're going to need some help. They're going to need some help from Sony internally. And I want it to be good, but it's one of those projects where it's like, I want to see more. We have to see more. It's just a small leak to go off of. That footage is very early, alpha, pre-alpha. Can't really make much of it. If we look at the history of the studio, assuming that's the studio that's making it, yeah, it's they got a lot to prove, I think. I played Outriders, and I'll tell you right now, that's no Sony exclusive. It has potential. Like, that's the thing. The thing about Outriders is it had the potential, but the gameplay was pretty fun. It wasn't bad. It was very generic, very kind of bland in a lot of ways, and very much, by the numbers. But again, the potential's there, and I feel like maybe if XDev, depending on how heavily they help with them, maybe we could see them really kind of, be raised to another level. So that's very interesting to me. I really want to see. I really want to see more of this game, because it's definitely not something you would expect to get from PlayStation Studios at this point in time, which I think is good. Rari2X, you're saying 10-year deal just for the mobile side, etc. is fishy. Yeah, everything about it's fishy, man. And I would continue to talk about it, but I think people are so tired of it. I don't even think people care. I just saw a recent report that apparently the Activision Blizzard situation could be delayed to 2024, and I'm just like, oh, whatever, man. At this point, I don't give a shit what happens. Like, that's insanity. That's insanity. Like, at this point, it's like, who cares? People are just going to get so tired. I think they're not even going to... I think people genuinely are already so tired, they don't care what happens. I'm kind of on that boat right now. Maybe later on I'll care. Josh Z, you're saying Metal Gear Solid without Kojima is like Kingdom Hearts without Nomura. Like it or not, the writing makes the game, and it would not be the same. Well, that's the thing. See, that's why I have hope for a remake, because you don't have to change the writing. You don't have to change the storytelling. Most of the things that I think that would be changed for a remake are kind of similar to what we're seeing right now with Silent Hill 2 remake, where it's like, they're saying they're very, very careful about the things they're changing, and most of it's going to be on the gameplay side, just kind of bringing it up to modern standards, looking to games like Resident Evil 2, just certain things that, make sense. And with Metal Gear, I don't know, man. With Metal Gear, I feel like it's a tough one. I do. I got to admit, I do not envy the studio that has to remake Metal Gear, because if we take Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, for example, the writing stays the same, the storytelling stays the same, the cutscenes stay the same. Like, everything's already there, but the thing that I really would have to question is, how do you change that gameplay, right? Like, would people be okay with Metal Gear Solid 3's gameplay staying the same, staying how it is? I feel like the answer is no, I don't. I think a lot of people would feel like this feels kind of outdated. This doesn't feel modern. And so I've seen people say like, oh, well, maybe what they should do is they should take the gameplay style of Metal Gear Solid 5 and put that into Metal Gear Solid 3. And then that sounds great, but I feel like wouldn't that kind of maybe break the game a little bit? Because when you take that type of gameplay style, it's so, I feel like there would have to be certain tweaks even to that, one of the things that Metal Gear Solid 3 had a big problem with when it first came out was it didn't have a 360 camera. It had a fixed camera, and people kind of really didn't like that. So I think it was in Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, they fixed that by adding a 3D camera. And it made a world of difference. But even that today, I don't think would be enough. Like, there's just a kind of, I don't know how to explain it. I think it would have to be a closer not super over the shoulder, but I think it would have to be a little bit closer in, maybe have the same camera angle as Metal Gear Solid 5. And I think if you can incorporate the shooting mechanics of Metal Gear Solid 5, I think that's maybe really all you would need. I can't help but kind of feel like if you just rip MGS5's controls, put that into MGS3, you're going to be pretty OP because it's not an open world game, and to have I think things would have to be a little bit less versatile. Maybe that's the way I would explain it. Bring in the smoothness and the fluidness of the Metal Gear Solid 5 gameplay, but not necessarily the versatility of the MGS5 gameplay. Because if you bring in that type of versatility, I don't know, man. It's a pretty contained game. It's not an open world game. It wouldn't really work out, in my opinion. So I'm very interested, man. I pray that whoever's making Metal Gear Remake, please don't screw it up. I don't think it would, in my opinion, it would be impossible to screw up the story. It's right there. It's literally right there. A question I have is, are they going to re-record the voice lines? I mean, that's a big question. I'm going to be honest. I feel like if you go back to Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, assuming that's the game that's being remade, if you go back, dude, they don't need to re-record the voiceovers. They're all done incredibly well. I think they hold up perfectly. I don't think that they would need to redo that. I think it would add to it if they could say, we got the original cast to redo it again. That would be awesome. But it would seem a little bit unnecessary because their performances were just so good. So I don't know. I mean, dude, I'm excited. I'm hopeful. I'm a little bit nervous. And I agree with Dominic Wong. Don't screw it up, Konami. Just don't screw it up. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying it's the Outrider studio making it. Yikes, LOL. Well, yeah, that's the thing, man. Like I said, I played Outriders. The quality is going to have to be increased quite significantly if it's going to have the PlayStation Studios logo on it. And I will say, Sony doesn't just partner with any studio. Ever since Herman Hulst took over, I will admit, it seems like they're willing to take more of a chance with studios. You look, for example, we look at Destruction All-Stars. I'm assuming that was Herman Hulst's game. Maybe it wasn't. But, they're clearly reaching out here. And I guess what I'll say is the concept that the studio would have had to have presented to Sony to get an exclusive deal must have been pretty good. So, yeah, we'll see how that works out, man. Eric from 850 says, happy Sunday, MBG. It's been a while since I super chatted. I hope all is well. Well, thank you so much for that, man. I'm doing good. Hope we're doing well, too. You're saying, I just pre-ordered Hogwarts Legacy today, by the way. Also, can I get an F in the chat for the all the Dolphins fans? Hashtag Fins up next year. Yeah, F in the chat for Dolphins fans. I'm assuming things didn't go so well. But I appreciate the super chat, man. And Hogwarts Legacy, maybe, I don't know how long you've been in the chat or on the stream. We did talk about that a little bit earlier. It's actually, I will say, dude, if you just entered this stream now and you missed what we talked about earlier, your super chat coming in saying, I just pre-ordered Hogwarts Legacy couldn't be any more perfect. Because I went on a whole rant earlier about what's going on with that situation. So that's pretty funny. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the support. I appreciate all the support you guys show during the podcast. I really do. Let me see. We definitely have. Okay, so there are some other topics I have to get to here because they're pretty important. The next topic we're talking about, the PS5 Slim. We have a pretty important update with this console. Okay, so the person who's been feeding us all of this information about the PS5 Slim is coming. It's coming from Tom Henderson, who is probably at this point like one of the most reliable top 2, top 3 insiders in the industry. He seemingly doesn't miss, or very rarely ever misses, and it's clear that he has very good sources. So to catch everybody up to speed, there is a new PlayStation 5 console that's in development, and it's already in the hands of developers. You know what? Let me just read this to you. Okay, I'm just going to read it to you, what I wrote down here. So, where did I put it? Okay, we have 2 reports regarding the PS5 that came out this past week, both coming from Inside Gaming's Tom Henderson. The first is about the next major PS5 system update, which is going to bring full Discord integration to PS5, as well as PS5 game streaming for the first time. The second update is on the new PS5 Slim model that's going to feature a detachable disk drive. According to Tom Henderson, there aren't any major changes to the hardware, so this apparently is not a Pro model. The detachable disk drive will likely not be compatible with the current PS5 digital-only model. And he also claims, now to me, this part is interesting. He also claims that Sony is treating this like, quote, a new console entirely, end quote, according to his sources. Basically, what he's calling Gen 2 of the PS5. Production begins in April, and it should be on store shelves by September. He also said that he's going to give us an update on the PS5 Pro in the coming days. Now, this is very interesting to me because, you know, I'm already seeing some controversy popping up when it comes to this PS5 model with a detachable disk drive. Apparently, I don't know how you guys feel, and I'll tell you how I feel. Maybe I'm going to have a bad take here, but apparently people are basically saying that if Sony, it's going to be very stupid and ridiculous if Sony announces a PS5 Slim and there's going to be a detachable disk drive that's maybe like a USB-C thing or whatever, and you can't put this disk drive on the current digital console. So I'm of 2 mindsets on this. Okay, it's to me this is kind of a tough one because on one hand, it's like, yeah, that does seem kind of dumb. Like why wouldn't that work? Like why wouldn't it work? You know what I mean? I don't see any reason why that wouldn't work. All right, like if there is a reason why it can't work, then Sony, I think, would be wise to explain it. But at the same time, yeah, I admit that is a very Sony thing to do. Here's my thing, though. Here's my thing about this. And I'm just curious to see if you guys agree or disagree with me, but I can't help. This is the thought that comes to my mind. If you are an individual who made the conscientious choice to purchase a digital-only console, knowing that there's no way to play physical games on here. There was no rumor of a detachable disk drive. Like, basically, the assumption is if you chose to buy a digital PS5 in the last 2 years, you did so knowing that you're not getting access to physical games. Like, you forfeit physical games. It's very difficult for me to feel like, I mean, I get it. Like, I get it, but I'm just saying, if it were me, I would feel kind of silly if I bought a digital-only console and then 2 years later was basically crying, like, why can't I attach this disk drive to it? Like, that was never a thing that was ever considered. It's just so weird. It's so weird to me. It's like, why all of a sudden do you now want a disk drive? Do you get what I'm saying? To me, it almost screams like you just want to be upset for the sake of being upset. Because if you fucking wanted a disc drive, you would have bought a disc model PS5. So the only other argument I can hear here, Okay, the only other argument that I feel like somebody could make is, well, dude, it's been really hard to find a PS5. So the second I saw one available, it was the digital only, and I went for it. And it's like, but dude, that's like, you didn't have to. Sony didn't make you, you know what I mean? Like, you could have just waited until you could have got the physical. I'm just saying, I think you're going to see people make a really big deal out of this. And I'm just making it known right now, I don't care. Like, I just think people, I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. Why would you buy a digital console? I see somebody in the chat, maybe they're like, well, maybe people change their minds. And it's like, well, dude, this is why people like me and many others have warned about buying a digital console. Like, you know, I've tried to explain to people, like, if you're going to do that, you got to be prepared. Like, you might lock yourself out. Now, don't get me wrong. I know I'm going in hard on, like, if you bought digital, you're stuck with it. You damn fool. Like, I know that's how I'm coming off, but I also want to explain that on the other side of it, I genuinely do wonder, why would Sony do that? You know what I mean? Like, I'm only saying this because to me, it seems like the only reason this detachable disk drive couldn't work on the old digital model, I'm telling you, it makes no sense, zero fucking sense. The only reason it wouldn't work on the previous digital model is because it just simply can't. Like, it's literally incompatible for some technical reason. Because why would Sony want people to not buy the attachment? I mean, I need this, soak it in your brain, because I've seen so many people jumping on this already. Why would they not want you to buy their new disk drive attachment? The answer is they do want you to buy it. They actually would like you to purchase it. And do you know why? Because it's likely going to be overpriced. Okay? It's just probably how it's going to be. At least compared to, like, how much would it cost for the actual disk drive to go in? Probably, I don't know, like 30, 40 bucks. I don't know. I don't know the numbers on these things, but it definitely wouldn't be $100. I can tell you that. But that's probably how much they're going to sell it for. For example, you want a new PS5 Slim with a disk drive attachment, that's probably going to cost you $500. And the way that's going to happen is you're going to buy the PS4 console itself for $400, and the disk drive, that's what you're paying the extra $100 for. That's pretty much how it is now. That's pretty much exactly how it is now. So I'm just saying that it makes zero sense for Sony to turn to the consumer and say, we just announced a new disk drive attachment, and if you bought a digital PS5, we don't want you to buy it. No, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. Like, Sony's not going to turn to the customer and say, we don't want your money. I'm telling you, if this doesn't work with the current digital model, it's because it can't. It's because it can't. And if we do find out at some point that Sony made the decision for some reason that, oh yeah, it could work. Like, I saw some people speculating that you were saying Sony makes more money from digital. That is true, dude. That is true. But at the same time, like, money is money, bro. Like, all right, you know what? Hold on. Let me look at this from another angle. Because you're right about that. So there's, I did have to ask myself, why is Sony doing this? So this is the big question that everybody asked. Real quick, Eric from 850, you're saying, I'm just tuning in. I'll go back and listen to the rest tomorrow since I'm off for MLK. Did you discuss The Last of Us HBO premiere tonight yet? I'm pumped. We did discuss it a little bit earlier in the podcast so far. I think we covered it like twice. So yeah, if you want to come back and listen to it afterwards, man, it'll be there. No worries. But I appreciate the super chats, Eric. Thank you for that. But I want to get back to this for a moment because the big question that people keep asking is like, so why is Sony making a new model that's digital only? Why is Sony choosing to go from producing two models, one with the disc drive, one without, to now producing just one model without a disc drive, but instead offering a disc drive attachment? Yes, production costs. That is it. And people are then probably asking, the question I was asking myself is, well, why not just do that exact thing, but with a disc drive? Like, why make the base model digital only? And then it hit me. It's like, well, wait, that doesn't make, actually, that probably doesn't make any sense. Like, if you're Sony, okay, if you're Sony and maybe you're Jim Ryan, and assuming all of these things get finalized by Jim Ryan, you know, your engineers are coming to you or whatever, and they're telling you, like, so we're doing this with the console, we're doing this, and like, so how do you want to do this? Do we want to keep producing two models? Do we want to just produce one model? And they made the decision, well, no, we're just going to produce one model. And maybe, like, traditionally what would have happened is the one model that would be produced, it just comes with a disk drive. But then I realized that, dude, if you're Sony and you look at the statistics going into 2023, if you look at the statistics of digital purchases to physical, suddenly it makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it does make a lot of sense why, if you're Sony, you decide maybe we'll go with the digital model. But you also realize that there's still 20-25% of people, a whole quarter of people who are still buying physical discs. So you have to have the option. This is very smart on Sony's part for ushering in the digital age. I hate to say that because I'm not a fan of it. I'll always be an advocate for physical media, and I will always support it as long as I can. But this is, I got to admit, very smart on Sony's part, because they know that the overwhelming majority of people are going to see a $400 PS5. They're going to buy it, and they are not going to question why there's no disc drive. In fact, the only people that are going to question where's the disc drive are like the overwhelming minority at this point. I hate to say that, but it's true. Sony is aware that people are conditioned now more than ever to just anticipate that you're buying your shit digitally. You know, very few people, if anybody, are buying, Blu-rays anymore, CDs, the whole thing, and now that the numbers show on the gaming side of things that, yeah, most people are buying digital now. So, and so if you think about it, Sony covers their ass by saying, whoa, hold on, don't get mad at us for going all digital. We got a disc drive attachment here, people. So if you're somebody who's advocating for physical and you don't want to see physical go away, Sony kind of got you by the balls here, because they're like, you can't be mad. You can't, like, I can't sit here and be like, how could you do this, Sony? Like, do what? Just, here's a disc drive. It's smart, man. I gotta say, like, this is a very smart tactic by Sony to really. It is the perfect in-between. I gotta say, the absolute perfect in-between for Sony to basically kind of, we're gonna start going all digital now, and making sure that people can't actually cause an uproar. And the one thing I did see people saying is that they feel like, people say that they feel like this is going to be really confusing for the market, and I don't think so at all. I if anything, what Sony's doing now could be considered more confusing. Like, you have two PlayStation 5 models out there talking about the most casual of casual. They're just on a surface level, they're likely automatically confused, and they just have to maybe take them. One has a disc drive, one doesn't. It obviously, you don't have to be very intelligent to understand the difference, but just seeing two models versus just seeing one model. And I'm telling you, I have a feeling, what's interesting to me is this report is claiming that Sony is going to be treating this like a brand new console. This is fascinating to me because this means that there's going to be a major marketing push with this. And if I had to guess, what we're going to witness is we're going to see the PlayStation 5 marketing go from, we've been showing you 2 consoles this whole time, we're just going to be showing you 1 now. And the 1 console they're going to be showing is it is a digital model. And that's it. And the only people who are going to, I'm telling you, like most people are just going to be like, oh, okay. That's how it's going to be. It's very interesting. And what else is interesting to me here? Let me see what I wrote down here again. Gen 2 of the PS5. So I really am curious to know what Tom Henderson is going to have to say about the PS5 Pro, because at this point I'm very curious. I'm actually going to go check to see if he said anything, because somebody had asked him about a PS5 Pro and he said, I'm going to have more on that in a couple days. The snitch has returned from his one third party very soon. Yeah, I don't think he said anything about it yet, so I'm assuming maybe it'll be this upcoming week. But I find this fascinating, man. I do, because everything he has said about this console, and even the way it was handed over to developers and it's finally in developers' hands and they say it works flawlessly, everything about it, it sounds like the way a PS5 Pro would be treated. Oh, Gen 2 of the PS5, a brand new PS5, but apparently the internals of the console haven't changed. It's the same PS5, it's just going to be much smaller. That makes sense. And I don't think a Pro model would be a good idea right now. I feel like that would be very, very unnecessary. So I'm I guess what I'm wondering if Tom Henderson's basically going to come out and be like, yeah, Sony isn't doing a PS5 Pro. They're not planning on doing one. Because at this point, when would Sony do it? I mean, the soonest I could see Sony offering a PS5 Pro would maybe be I don't know, maybe late 2024. And by that point, if the new gen's going to start just a couple of years later, I don't my question is, what are you really going to be able to offer in a PS5 Pro that wouldn't severely take away from the PlayStation 6? So I maybe this is the smartest way for Sony to be approaching it, where it's the focus is mainly going to be on, look at how insanely different this PS5 looks compared to the other one. I'm genuinely curious as to how small this thing's going to be, because let's face it, guys, the PS5 right now is a big console. It's a big boy. So I'm really curious to see how much smaller they can get it. And it will help them with production costs for sure. Zanarcan Blitzer, you're saying, MBG, what USB version is the USB-C port on the OG PS5? USB 3 or USB 2? Also, an OG PS5 digital only owner can trade in their console for a PS5 Slim with a disk drive. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. PS5, see, PS5 USB-C. I'm not sure. Maybe that could be why. It just says USB-C. I'm not seeing anything specific here. USB ports guide. It says 1 USB Type-C super speed USB 10 gigabytes per second. So, you know what, guys? I'm telling you now. I'm looking at, I don't know why I didn't think of this already. Guys, it's not going to work because of where the USB-C placement is on the current PS5 model. I don't know why I didn't just put this together now, but I'm looking right at my PS5 right now. And I just realized that it's not going to work. It couldn't work. It literally, you could not attach something like that to the front of your PS5. You just couldn't. So, so there we go. That explains it. It's because you can use a USB A to C converted on the back. Maybe. But even then though, like, so here's the thing: a disk drive attachment is not going to be a small attachment, right? It's not going to be a small attachment. So the PS5 Slim that's coming out, the way it's going to be designed, clearly it's going to have a very specific design that allows it to just fit in there perfectly. I'm looking at the PS5 now and I'm like, dude, I don't know that there's any way you could find like a practical way. And that's the key word, practical way. I mean, maybe you will be able to do something strange like that. Like there'll be like converters or something and you'll just have this weird absurd looking like attachment next to your PS5. And also probably, I don't know, the way the cooling works. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. I think maybe it'll become more clear once we actually see this new PS5 model. Like once we see it and we see how the disk drive works with it, it might just be like common sense, like, oh, well, that's why it won't work on the regular PS5 because it just look at that, look at that. That can't. How's that going to work on the PS5? I mean, I just still can't get over. I can't get over the idea of like, why do people who bought PS5 digital suddenly want discs? Because I'm just going to be straight up right now. Straight up. Dude, if I ever bought a digital console, it would be because I buy my games digitally. So that's my whole thing. It would be because I buy my games digitally. Like, it's just so confusing to me. Is it because like maybe suddenly you change your mind and because they have realized physical disc rules? Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you, I can already see it coming a mile away. You're going to see people throw a massive fit about this. And I think it's just going to be a whole lot of nothing. You know what I think is going to happen? I'll tell you right now what's going to happen. Most PS5 owners are going to be like, yo, I want that PS5 Slim. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen, man. That's what's going to happen. Millions of people are like, well, I need a new PS5. I mean, dude, you know what the thing is? If Sony's treating it like a Gen 2 PS5, like they're really going in, I don't know, man. They might be getting ready to really try to be like, you guys want to buy another PS5? The reason why it's going to be easy for me to buy a PS5 Slim is simple. It's because I've been wanting another PS5 for the home for a while now. And the only reason I haven't bought one yet is because I know the Slim's coming. I'm like, oh, I'll just wait for the Slim, So, White Umbrella, you're saying, could the add-on drive for the new PS5 model be backwards compatible? I mean, it's possible. I mean, the truth is, man, like the only information that we're getting from this is from one source, and that's actually kind of weird. I gotta admit, like it's kind of weird that Tom Henderson is seemingly the only one that is getting information like this for this console, and we haven't heard it from anyone else. So I guess what I mean to say, man, is that like there's probably a lot, at least a certain amount with this new PS5 with the Slim that we just don't know. And there might be some very critical things missing. That's the problem with these leaks and these rumors is you can only, realistically, you can only get so much information and there's still going to be quite a bit missing, quite a bit of stuff that doesn't paint the full picture. And so when it comes to the question you're asking, man, could it be backwards compatible? I mean, maybe. It's a big maybe. When it comes to Sony and backwards compatibility, I'll be honest, I don't know anymore with them. Sometimes they make it seem like they really care about it, and then other times they make it seem like they couldn't care less about it. So, oh, you know what? Actually, my bad, dude. I apologize. I completely misunderstood. Yeah, let me take a couple steps back here, One Umbrella. For some reason, I don't know why I completely misinterpreted your question. So you're asking if I think I'm reading it right now. You're saying, could the add-on drive for the new PS5 model be backwards compatible? I think the way you're asking this is, please tell me if I'm wrong, will it play like your PS5 games now? Is that what you're asking? Because I'm trying to make sure that I'm understanding what you're asking here correctly. Because if that's what you're asking, if you're asking, is it going to play all the PS5 games that have come out before it? Absolutely, yes. If you're asking if it's going to be backwards compatible with PS4 games, the answer is yes. You're saying you meant PS3. Okay. Oh, okay. So, all right, that is kind of what I was. All right. So you're basically asking if this new PS5 model could be a way for Sony to also usher in like backwards compatibility with PS3, PS2, PS1. I don't think so, man. I mean, it would be if like, I'll put it to you this way: if Sony has major plans for that, like if they've been working on like full backwards compatibility secretly behind the scenes for the PS5, maybe they could do some kind of insane marketing rollout where it's like, here's the new PS5 model, and by the way, announcing full backwards compatibility for all PS5s through emulation or something like that. And we're gonna have more PS3 native games. I mean, that sounds, I'm gonna be honest, way too good to be true. We did hear, though, and this is important, we've heard last year rumors that Sony was working on PS3 emulation, and we just heard on that 4chan leak that one of the things Sony's planning to start talking about or rolling out is proper PS3 emulation. So, as much as I want to say impossible, no way, I don't know, man. If they're treating it like Gen 2 of the PS5, a really good way to get people excited would be to also be like, here's our PS5 Slim, by the way, further backwards compatibility. We heard you and we're delivering. Now, would that backwards compatibility be exclusive to the Slim PS5? Absolutely not. No, it would be across all PS5s. So you're saying that wouldn't come from disc, though? Yeah, that's where I feel like there's I think ultimately limits to what Sony's willing to do. I don't imagine if backwards compatibility is something that Sony pursues. I don't imagine it ever getting to a point where it's like, and you can just put your Metal Gear Solid 4 disc into your PS5 and play it. I mean, that'd be insane, but I don't know. Something about that just sounds too good to be true, frankly. So, good question, White Umbrella. Thank you for that. Sonic the Hedgehog says it sounds a little like the Xbox 360 and the HD DVD situation, maybe. I mean, I kind of get where you're coming from. Like when you talk about like a detachable drive, and in that sense, yeah, like something you hook up to your console, it is very similar to that. But the main difference is that the problem with Microsoft doing that is nobody cared about HD DVD. HD DVD, Jesus, I'm about to throw up on stream for some reason. HD DVD, like flopped, and Blu-ray was the winner. So I'm okay. It's from talking so much, man. Talking so much without stopping. I'm like swallowing air, and it's like I'm like belching it up randomly. So I apologize. Just got to hydrate here a little bit. Dustin, real quick, you're saying please read my message around 1:45 p.m. CST. Too long? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, man. It doesn't really give me like the time. Okay, it does actually. I don't know if it'll let me go back that far. 1:45. Unfortunately, dude, right now the furthest it's letting me go back is 2:53. So I'm not going to be able to go back to that. Hopefully you can maybe type it again up in the chat. I'll try to catch it. I mean, a guaranteed way is obviously a super chat, but I know that sometimes if you got to say stuff, it's too long. So I'll try my best. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying one would hope that Sony doesn't pull a PS3 and remove backwards compatibility. Seems unlikely. Also, I'm around 3 years sober from booze. Glad because I don't want to spill anything on my PS5. Well, congratulations on that, man. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. So we're proud of you, Planet Schlorpian. Keep it up. And it's a good reason, man. Everybody needs a reason, and yours is you don't want to spill anything on your PS5. I worry about that because I have an entertainment center. It's like a three stages, I guess. And on the top, the TV, below that, the console, and then there's another one below that where I have like my sound bar. But I always put my my coaster in front of the TV, and I always like put my coffee or my drink there. And I always think to myself, like, you know, should I do that? Like, what if I ever spill something here? But then I'm like, well, I think my PS5 would be mostly okay. Because if I spilled something, it would not be good. I would freak out, obviously. But it's not like the liquid would spill directly onto my PS5. Plus, the PS5 is kind of on the, it's on the stand as it should be. So it's like a situation where I would be really annoyed. I'd be pissed off, and I'd be like, wow, that's really stupid. But I think ultimately everything would be okay. But I'm just talking about coffee here, so. But yeah, dude, I don't think Sony would. That would be the dumbest thing Sony could do if they removed backward compatibility. And you know what's funny is you actually, I for a moment I was like, "What are you talking about?" But then I'm like, "Holy shit!" They actually did do that with the PS3, didn't they? They removed backwards compatibility. Oh my god, that's like the most insane thing. I can't believe. Like, I actually totally forgot. Accidents happen when you're drunk. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Dustin, I'm trying to see if you were able to type anything else here, man, because I feel bad because you clearly want me to read. That's Dustin. Okay. You're saying Survive was Kojima's idea plan for DLC. Konami took the idea and made a full game after the split with him. So when people say that they ruined Metal Gear Solid, it's inaccurate. It was Kojima's idea, and we would be praising it if so. You know what's interesting? That I feel like I've heard that somewhere, because when I looked at Metal Gear Survive, or not Metal Gear Survive, in MGS5, I forget the name of the unit. Oh, what was it? The Skull Unit? Is that what they were called? But they were like, there were like sections of the game where it seemed like people were kind of like turning into zombies and shit. And I'm like, yo, what's going on here? Yo, hold on a sec. How delayed is my stream right now? I need to know, guys, what, I'm just very confused because I'm looking at my screen here and I just saw myself drinking water and I'm like, dude, that's not, I have this on ultra low latency. We're good right now, right? Are we good right now? Chat, tell me if we're good. That's how I'll know if the stream's really, okay, we good. Okay. All right, good. Everything's good. That was a mind fuck right there. Yeah, dude. I'm like, I just looked over to my screen and I saw myself drinking water and I'm like, am I like 10 minutes behind? Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. Sorry about that. But that's really interesting to think, man. I'll be honest, dude. When it comes to what happened with the Kojima split with Konami, I want to know. I'm sure everybody wants to know. I want to know what the hell happened, because I think that, and this is nothing towards Kojima, because I don't know, but it's just like, I think it's easy for people to side with Kojima naturally. I mean, why wouldn't we? And, Kojima seems like a good guy. There's nothing about him that to me seems like, oh, I could see him. But I just, it was so, like, Konami was so aggressive. Like that's the thing that always got me about that situation, is Konami was so unnecessarily aggressive towards Kojima that I'm just like, dude, what did Kojima do? What happened, man? Because we still haven't learned anything. And I will say the fact that we haven't heard anything, it almost makes me think maybe it really was just Kojima got totally screwed, man. Because if Kojima did something to kind of incite this aggressive behavior from Konami at that time to kick him out so forcefully. And then just not like, we don't really hear anything. And then maybe at that point, it's just like, well, maybe it's just true that I don't know. I think, like, based off of my understanding, Konami basically was just getting pissed off with Kojima's, like, he was taking too long and spending too much money. And I don't know. I guess maybe he just kind of had this idea, like I can kind of, I'm going to, I'm Kojima, like, I'm the one making the game, like, I'm going to do this the way I want, and you're just going to have to wait till it's done or something. I don't know. And Konami was like, oh, so you think you're in charge here? I don't know, man. It just seemed like a huge power struggle. But that is interesting to think. That would be very funny, actually. Talk about that being the DLC idea from Kojima. That is very funny, if true. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying maybe on the PS5 Slim, the detachable disk drive could be attached to PS5 Slim and act as a stand for the console. Sony could be going for the modular route, like the PS5 add-on SSD and PS2, PS3, and PS4 HDD. That would be interesting, because I'm going to assume one of the things Sony definitely made sure to do with the PS5 Slim is to make sure it doesn't need a stand. One of the big problems with the PS5 now is it literally needs a stand. And that alone, that ups the cost, the materials needed. So the idea that a way you could kind of maybe help sell the disk drive is it can function as a stand as well. Yeah, I mean, I could see it doing something like that, maybe. I could see it doing something like that. That would be interesting. It's a good idea. We'll see. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. So hold on one second. I guess, so if production of the PS5 Slim begins in, what did I write here? April? So production begins in April and it releases in September. When's the announcement going to come? June? May? I don't know. Sounds about right. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, MBG, what happens when you have to piss during a podcast? Actually, I just hold it. That doesn't happen very often. I usually always take care of that before I go live, but I've thought about that, and I realized, the reason why I would hold it is because it's actually been proven that when you have to pee and you have the urge to pee, it actually, you have like a heightened sense of awareness. It just naturally like makes you more awake and aware. And I think for me, with my podcast, that can only be beneficial. So, but don't get me wrong. If it ever was like, I'm in pain, I gotta go, then I would just be like, well, guys, I'm going to put my credits roll up and I'll be back in a minute or two, But Wings of Redemption, just go and take a crap with the door open and come back without washing your hands. Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. That is disgusting. What the fuck? Oh man. MBG only rants when he really has to pee. MBG ruptures bladder on screen. No, I would never take it that far. But yeah, I usually always make sure to try to, do that before I go live. Because yeah, it's not, I don't want to have to leave the podcast. Because it's not like there's like another person here or other people here to kind of like ramble on. If I go, the problem with having to leave my podcast at any moment for any reason longer than like 10 seconds is I'm going to lose people, because it's just going to be dead air. So you guys are creating MBG lore right now. MBG lore. 4-hour podcast with no breaks. Salute. Dude, I won't lie. It can be tough sometimes. Do you know what the toughest times are? When there's more I want to say and I want to keep going, but I literally am fried. Like I just can't go any longer. It would be actually genuinely unhealthy to go any longer. Those are the most annoying times. Because like if there's a time where there's just not much to talk about, not much going on, I could just end the podcast, you know? I could just be like, well, you know, this is as long as it's going to be. But the worst is when I'm like reaching the longer point of the show and I'm like, you know, like I'm feeling my physical body giving me problems. I gotta end this. So question, how did you end the end in MGS3? Dude, so my first time playing the end was like most other people's, where it's like I was just totally enamored with like, dude, this is one of the coolest boss battles. And it took me so long. And my first time killing him, if I'm trying to remember, I don't know if I actually took him out. If I'm remembering correctly with the end, isn't it like you can actually just wait it out? Like if you go long enough without being able to kill this dude, he'll just straight up die of old age mid-boss fight. I don't think that was my first way killing him. I think I learned about that. I think I just took him out the normal way. I think I was using the Mosin Nagant. But when I found out, and dude, this blew my mind in MGS3, when I found out that way earlier in the game, when you're sneaking up on them and you're like you're using your binoculars and you see a cutscene where it's Volgin, and he like rolled out the end on in his wheelchair. If you're quick enough, you can actually snipe the end right in his wheelchair before he gets wheeled in after the cutscene and literally negate that boss battle. I could not believe that shit. And ever since I learned about that, I'm like, I don't think I ever did that either. I don't know if I ever did. I forget, but I remember learning about it and being like, no way you could do that. And you know, it's so funny because I feel like who was the first person to discover that? Because I feel sorry for whoever discovered that first. You missed one of like the most memorable boss battles in history. Because I feel like the end boss battle, I'm not going to spoil it. I mean, I maybe did spoil it a little bit, but it's just one of the most unique and coolest boss battles. And that's actually something I genuinely wonder, how do you do that now? Because, oh, you're saying MBG, I genuinely did that without ever reading a guide? That's awesome. You can press R1 in some hidden cutscenes and see the Sorrow and Ocelot at the end. Yeah, I remember that too, man. You know, I gotta say, like, thinking about the boss battle with the end, I really wonder, that's an area, talking about a remake, how do you do that justice? Because one of the things that helped kind of break that fight up, if memory serves, you know, you had to keep going from different area to different area to try to find him. And, you know, there were loading screens. And, you know, this was, again, a PlayStation 2 game. So there were quite a few loading screens. Every time you went to a new area, I feel like the thing that boss battle tries to instill on you is kind of like, it's I want to say patience, but it's a longer boss battle. Like, it kind of tests you a little bit, where this is very different. You have to kind of search around a little bit, and it can get frustrating, I'm assuming, for some players, but the loading screens kind of helped add to that tension a little bit, you know? So I wonder now with like the PS5, there doesn't have to be loading screens. What do you do then? Like, do you like, this is what I'm saying. Is this where we would see a development team be like, you know what? We are going to expand the area. Instead of the end boss battle being like a kind of, you know, you're going from one section to the other and there's load screens in between, we're just going to make a huge area that you can explore, and you got to kind of just, you know, make your way around that. And yeah, I remember you guys are bringing back all the nostalgia. One of the coolest things too, when you were fighting the end, is anytime just the feeling you got when you were able to sneak up on him and before he could find you. That was like, there's just something that the dopamine that would, you know, shoot off in your brain after that. That was so cool too. So you know, it's stuff like this that I just genuinely wonder how they're going to handle this if they in fact are remaking MGS3, because that is like a boss battle where I could very easily see with the new technology that the PS5 offers, I could very easily see the developers being like, we could change a couple things about this to make this even better, because we're not limited by hardware. And that to me is with a lot of remakes, I mean, you do look at Resident Evil 2, right? Look at how many load screens there are in that game, and just to kind of see what they were able to do with that remake and how it's like, so this is how you translate this with no load screens, very interesting. I'm very curious, man, and I hope we live in a day and age where we are getting unbelievably well-made remakes, and it will be absolutely soul-crushing if in this day and age when we're getting just incredible remake after incredible remake, if the only one that ends up really sucking horribly is Metal Gear. You know what I mean? Like, we can't see that happen. It can't happen. That'll be too much for me to take. Toolman55, member for 11 months, you're saying, I've been watching the Avalanche Studios gameplay videos on the PS5 about Hogwarts Legacy. Wow, this game is going to be crazy. Yeah, dude, Hogwarts Legacy is one of those games where I haven't been paying too much attention to it. I've been kind of just coming across things here and there, but I know we're getting more and more now that we're getting closer to launch, but anything I've seen on it, man, and I did watch that state of play, it looks really good. I have to emphasize, I'm not somebody who's into Harry Potter, and even I feel like, dude, this looks like it's going to be a great game. And my wife's really excited for it, so I'm going to get it for her as well. I know she really wants to play that. And I think I'm going to play it too. So, yeah, dude. I'm curious to see, man. I'm curious to see what happens when it launches. Rashdown V2, you're saying, would the Slim be digital only or disc Slim? So Rashdown, the way it's going to work is the PS5 Slim is the only PS5 model produced. All right. When the PS5 Slim is announced, it's going to be the only PS5 model that's produced, and it's digital only. It's not going to have a disc drive built in. So if you want a disc drive, you're going to have to buy the disc drive attachment. Sony will likely sell bundles that comes with the disc drive attachment. That'd be insane if they didn't. But it's just going to be a digital only console. And I think the hope is that, the main reason Sony's doing this is to reduce production costs. And the one good thing about this, guys, is I know, digital only console, that sucks, but it's going to make it so that Sony can produce a colossal amount of these consoles. Like, this is going to be amazing for the production of the PS5 console. And that's going to be good, I think, for everybody in general. So it's not just because of the digital aspect. But, the question I have with this is Sony going to take the same approach with the PlayStation 6? I feel like obviously they would. The PlayStation 6 will be a base digital console, but will they still offer the disc drive attachment? Will you be able to take the disc drive attachment that you bought for the PS5 Slim and use that on the PlayStation 6? I don't know. Questions we don't know the answers to yet. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, I'd love to see a new Conan the Barbarian game a la God of War. I love sword and sorcery, and the genre is criminally underused in gaming. I agree with that, actually. I feel like I remember like a Conan game of some kind. Conan Exiles or something? I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but yeah, that is a genre that I do agree it is underused. I feel like there's a lot of genres in gaming that are overused, and there are certainly some that are like, how come nobody's doing anything in this space? There has to be a reason for it, right? Maybe it's just not as popular as we think. I don't know, but that would be sick, dude. Dude, if they could get a Conan game using Arnold's likeness and have him voice Conan in that game and make it like you say, a la God of War, like it's going to have this really intense combat and cool story. Now that'd be awesome. I would love to see something like that. Sony, make a Conan the Barbarian game and bring Arnold on. Bring Arnold on board. He's old. I know Arnold couldn't do the mocap. He's a little too old for that now, but he could still bring the voice. Zanarkhan Blitzer, again, you're saying use the sniper rifle MBG. Keep shooting the end until he is dead. If you miss your shot the first time, he moves his wheelchair very fast to escape. Yeah, dude, he does. You can't miss, man. You can't miss. Dude, the boss battles in MGS3 are so memorable. Like, can we just take a second to acknowledge the pain? Dude, the pain is a literal boss battle where you're fighting a man that controls bees. And it works. It just works. I don't know how, but it does. You know what I feel like too is imagining Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, what they could do with the boss battle with the Sorrow. I remember the first time. Oh, and I wonder if they're going to keep the dream sequence in. Do you guys remember that? Oh man, that was so... To me, out of everything that I discovered in Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, when I was very young, and when I discovered this, I was like, this can't be real. I was like, this can't be real. There's a dream sequence where when you're locked up in a cell, you can activate it, and there's like a whole new game you're playing. You're basically dreaming. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to go too deep into it for anybody who may experience it for the first time, but if they keep that in there, I couldn't believe that was a thing in the game. And these are some of the things that I just feel like help make the Metal Gear Solid games just so special. There's just so many different hidden things that, they just kind of, you learn about them randomly or you discover them on your own and you're like, oh my God, this is insane. I love it. Yeah. Oh, so cool. Is that what it was? Is that what was it supposed to be based on Castlevania? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like that makes sense. Because I didn't know at the time, and it's been years. I have like a very distorted image of what it looks like in my mind. It was called Guy Savage. Was there a name for it and everything? That was a specific game. The Suffering, it was removed in the HD version. Really? Now I'm curious. MGS3 Dream Sequence. Guy Savage. Oh, okay. Guy Savage is the name of a nightmare sequence in the PlayStation 2 version of Metal Gear Solid 3. The minigame was written and directed by Shuyo Murata. The game is a basic hack and slash affair where the player encounters a vast amount of enemies and must press the attack buttons repeatedly to defeat them. Yeah, it was like a whole new... It is unknown why the game was included in MGS3 other than as an Easter egg for players to find. When Hideo Kojima was asked why it was included in MGS3, he simply responded with, "What game?" In a later interview, he stated that the Dream was originally going to feature Gradius, another classic Konami game. He reiterated in a tweet, Guy Savage was originally meant to be developed later into a full standalone game, but the project was ultimately canceled. Okay. Very interesting. That I had no idea. See, I just learned that now. I didn't know. So I guess that was like a little kind of demo section of a game that was supposed to be, but never came to be. That's so awesome. I love that. What game? What game are you talking about? See, that's why Kojima's so fun. All right, let's see here. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, I don't think Conan the Barbarian would work in 2023 because he's too manly. Oh, well, absolutely, dude. That game would get canceled before it even happened. That's not something that would go down very well. I agree with you, Magnum. All right, so we're going to move on to the next topic here. This is something I wanted to make sure to talk about. Actually, let me go over this one more time. I think this is like okay, yeah. So I have two topics I want to discuss before we end the podcast. Let's talk very quickly about Final Fantasy 16 and how it's not going to be releasing on PC in the first 6 months. This is something I wanted to discuss because this was kind of a big deal. Final Fantasy 16 is going to be one of the biggest games that launches for PS5 this generation, and there were a lot of rumors claiming that, yeah, it's just going to have 6-month exclusivity on the PS5, and then it's going to release on PC. And I actually believe this as well. And it, kind of makes sense, right? But then we had, if I'm not mistaken, it was the director of Final Fantasy 16. He straight up came out and said, I don't know why people are saying this. It's not coming to PC in 6 months. And then he went on to say, like, go buy a PS5. Like, if you want to play this game, go buy a PS5. It's simple. And I thought that was kind of funny because it's like, I mean, I don't think that they're opposed to bringing it to, like, I think it's going to come to PC, but I did start to think to myself, like, are we about to witness another Final Fantasy VII remake situation when it comes to Final Fantasy 16? Because I remember this exact same situation happening with Final Fantasy VII Remake. There were rumors coming out that it was going to be coming to Xbox in 6 months, or then it was a year. And I remember, I even want to see if I can, let me see, Final Fantasy VII Remake coming to Xbox. I remember covering a story that it was so similar to this, guys. It was so similar to this back in like 2019, I think, where there were just so many rumors claiming that this was going to be coming to Xbox. And they basically came out and said, like, guys, it's not coming to Xbox. Here we go. Here it is. July 11th, 2019. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Square Enix has no plans for other platforms other than PS4. It says here with an update, or the original story said a social media video which contained a release date for Final Fantasy VII Remake on Xbox One is an internal mistake, according to Microsoft. Earlier today, the Xbox Germany Facebook page posted a video that claimed FF7 Remake was coming to Xbox on March 3rd, 2020, the same day as the PS4 version of the game. And then the update here says Square Enix has said that there are no plans for Final Fantasy VII Remake. As previously announced, Final Fantasy VII Remake will be released on PS4. We have no plans for other platforms at this time. And what's actually crazy about that is I actually totally forgot that it was literally posted on the Xbox Germany account. So to me, this is kind of reminiscent of that. It's not exactly the same. Like, I can actually understand why a lot of Xbox fans at that time were like, bro, it was literally posted by the Xbox account. Surely it's coming to Xbox. And lo and behold, here we are, the first month of 2023, and Final Fantasy VII Remake is still not available on an Xbox platform. I'm going to be honest, I see something very similar happening with Final Fantasy 16. I don't think Final Fantasy 16 or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I don't think these games, are releasing on Xbox. I don't think it's happening. Now, when it comes to PC, I'm going to be honest, I feel like if you're a PC Final Fantasy fan, this may have been kind of a blow. If, PC was my main platform and I was a big Final Fantasy fan, I would have been pretty upset to be under the impression that you just had to wait like half a year and you'll have access to it, to then basically have that completely shot down where it's like, no. And the reason why I think this can be frustrating for some people, I mean, it's good if you're a PlayStation fan, but I think it can be frustrating is because you just don't know what Sony's doing behind the scenes with this stuff, Like, was it originally a 6-month deal and then Sony extended it to a year? If Sony goes a year after, are they going to try to extend it for 2 years? I don't know. Waved Max, you're saying have to do a Final Fantasy 16 trailers marathon MBG when we get close to the release. Yeah, dude, I'm going to have to. I put B-roll footage in almost pretty much all my regular news videos, and believe me, the amount of times that I'm using Final Fantasy 16 trailers, I'm watching them over and over and over again. And that's probably why so many of these games are so at the forefront of my mind because I'm like editing these videos every day and I'm constantly seeing it every day. So, you know, but I think like really the whole thing that I just wanted to emphasize with this specific topic is that to me it's become clear how important Final Fantasy is to PlayStation and to Sony, to where I don't think Sony has any intention of buying Square Enix. Like, I don't think Sony has any intention of acquiring them as a publisher. But to me, it's become very clear that Sony has every intention of any time they see a game coming from Square Enix that they think can do really, really well on PlayStation, or, a big game like Final Fantasy 16, a big game like a sequel to Final Fantasy 7 Remake. I think Sony's going to do everything in their power to not necessarily keep it off of PC, because even Sony's embracing PC. I just think that they want to leverage it to sell consoles. And I just think that this is important to highlight, because as we go further into this PlayStation generation, I think a lot of people begin to think that Sony just maybe doesn't care that much anymore about the console, or like they just don't care about console sales as much as they used to. And I'm like, dude, like seeing things like this, if there's anything that tells you, no, this is pretty important to like the console, the PS5 and the console sales, just as important to Sony as it's ever been. And I think that this is a clear sign of that. And so other than that, I mean, there's not much else I feel like I have to say on this specific topic. It's funny because when I wrote up I put this topic in my title, I really thought that there was going to be more for me to say, but I just think ultimately it's kind of funny and also good. I think it's useful to have the director of Final Fantasy 16 making it clear, like, guys, it's not coming to... Here's a question I have. Do you think he's lying? I've seen a few people say that maybe he's just saying this to get people who would wait for it on PC to just go buy PS5s. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think he would be lying about that. I think I think he could actually maybe get in a little bit of trouble for saying something like that. I mean, I guess it's a possibility, but Hanzo, you're saying, is there a developer showcase for Microsoft this month? Yeah, there is a developer direct is what they're calling it. Saying Josh, you're saying, or at least since their relationship with Nintendo soured some decades ago. Yeah, I mean, dude, Square Enix, I feel like Square Enix is very like 50-50, like there's just some stuff. Like I saw recently at the beginning of this year, Square Enix, the CEO or whoever, basically once again doubled down on NFTs and the blockchain. And I'm just like, bro, when you going to get a clue here, man? Like you're doing so many things right, like with Final Fantasy 16 and Rebirth and 7 Remake, and then you come out and you're saying that, like, why? That's very strange to me. Actually, you know what? Something else I wanted to talk about. I feel like this was important enough to make sure we talk about it at least a little bit. Talking about bad leadership. Have you guys seen what's going on with Ubisoft? Holy shit, it's looking pretty dire. Pretty dire. So Ubisoft's value, I want you to think about this for a moment, okay? Ubisoft's value, I believe as of right now, is $2.5 billion. And I'm going to say only $2.5 billion. Now, you might think to yourself, well, $2.5 billion, that's a lot of money. But think of the context. Bethesda purchased for $7.5 billion. Activision Blizzard, $68 billion. Okay. Ubisoft, dude, I'm trying to think if they're going to get acquired, dude. And I don't, one of two things is going to happen. They're either going to sink, and over time, they're going to, like, the worst case scenario is Ubisoft sinks. And when they do, there's basically like a fire sale for all of their IP, and their developers start to scatter. That's like worst case scenario, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously there is couldn't somebody buy them, right? Couldn't somebody buy them? And according to Jeff Grubb, which, I mean, look, to me, I don't know if I believe this. Jeff Grubb has proven to be pretty reliable with a lot of the stuff he says. He claims, and this is crazy to me, because if this is true, then oh my God, I think Ubisoft is in some serious shit. He claims that Ubisoft already did the rounds, basically trying to get acquired, and they got laughed at by pretty much everybody. And if that's true, man, it's not looking good. It's not looking good because, you would probably think to yourself, well, maybe like, for example, if Ubisoft is valued so low, then that means couldn't Sony like actually, I mean, you could almost argue like, could Sony offer like less than they offered Bungie and they would take it and then they get all of Ubisoft? But the problem with that is you have to think about everything that Sony's going to take on. You know what I mean? And that's why like most other publishers or gaming platforms, like they're not, it's a bad purchase, dude. It's a bad purchase. And you say Sony could buy some of the IPs. I mean, yeah, but I don't think Ubisoft's going to sell their IPs individually. That would be, I think, the worst thing for them to do right now. If anything, Ubisoft wants to leverage their IPs to be like, please buy us and you'll get all these IP. But it's like, well, what about all the projects you have in development? Like you just canceled a total of 7 projects. They canceled 3 more projects. They still, apparently, people are wondering, dude, why the hell is Skull and Bones not canceled? Apparently, legally, it cannot be canceled. I don't know why, but I keep hearing that they're legally obligated to release that fucking game. And that is crazy, dude. I mean, how do you even get in this situation? You have Assassin's Creed, you have the Tom Clancy name, but, you have Far Cry, but it's like to me, when you look at what Ubisoft has done, they've just failed to really properly take care of their valuable IP, to use it in the way that they should. They have like this problem, I think, and this is the problem of oversaturation, is you do too much. When you do too much too fast, something that was very interesting and very cool and very novel or whatever becomes very uninteresting very quickly. And this is why I worry a little bit about how hard Sony pushes some of their IP. But at the same time, the difference between Sony and Ubisoft as a publisher, I mean, it's night and day. Even it's like the thing about Ubisoft is even when they do something right, they seemingly don't know after that, like what to, like, how do you keep up the momentum? They just are like, well, we'll just do this now. And it's like, well, but and it doesn't make any sense to me anyway. And there's just something missing there. There's an integral, something fundamentally is very wrong with Ubisoft. And I don't know, man. I genuinely get the feeling that if Microsoft wasn't in the thick of acquiring Activision, like if that never happened, I absolutely believe Microsoft would have bought Ubisoft. Because even though there's a lot of stuff there that they'd have to eat the cost on a lot of things, I feel like just, Microsoft getting that IP, like, oh, we now have Tom Clancy, we can do whatever we want with it. We have Far Cry, we have Assassin's Creed. I almost wonder, I'm not even kidding right now, I almost wonder if Microsoft is like kicking themselves in the ass, like, shit, dude. Like, we went after Activision and we're in the thick of this big legal battle. And then look at these motherfuckers, like, Ubisoft sitting right there for the taking, man. I mean, and the problem is, some people might think, well, can Microsoft just drop the Activision thing and go after Ubisoft? Well, the problem with that, I think Microsoft could, but then Microsoft would have to pay Activision like $3 billion or something insane like that, which I guess in the grand scheme of things, it probably isn't that bad for Microsoft, but it would be kind of a cluster F on Microsoft's part if they were to do something like that. And so, I just, I'll tell you right now, the thing about Sony, like the idea of could Sony like honestly make a play for Ubisoft? Well, when you think about it, what does Ubisoft have that Sony would want? That like Sony could really find, like, extract some serious value from? Well, I'm not so sure. Gonna be honest. When you think it like from an IP standpoint, you think, okay, Assassin's Creed, and I mean, yes, there's Assassin's Creed, but I see somebody mentioning the upcoming Star Wars game. So actually, that is one aspect of Ubisoft that I'm so perplexed by, is like, if Ubisoft is in such trouble, how the hell did they manage to get these big name like IPs secured? Like, we're making an open world Star Wars game. We're making a AAA Avatar game, right? And they have the entire Tom Clancy name, and they just seemingly keep messing up with that. It's perplexing to me. So I mean, Assassin's Creed, I'm going to be honest, Sony doesn't need it. Sony already has like the AAA single player game locked in. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima, a lot of people said is like the best version of Assassin's Creed they've ever played. So I don't think Sony needs that. Could Sony do something with the Tom Clancy IP? I mean, they could, but I've said this many times before. I don't think Sony has an IP problem. Like, if Sony were to ever acquire a publisher, I do not think it would be just for the IP. There would have to be more to it. You could maybe say, oh, well, you know, they have a successful live service game with Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, but they just bought Bungie. You know, one of the most, they know what they're doing in that area. So they don't need that. Sony's not lacking talent. Sony's not lacking IP. Sony's not lacking diversity. And you could argue maybe the biggest thing Sony is lacking is diversity, but they're already taking care of that. They have a bunch of games in development that they're going to start announcing that are very different from the traditional single-player AAA game on top of their single-player AAA games. They have their live service covered. I genuinely I'm sitting here thinking, like, I don't know that there's anything really that Sony could leverage to justify purchasing Ubisoft. I don't know, because they would imagine that overhead too, taking on all those employees. That's a big deal. I'm going to be honest, I would not be surprised at all if Sony was one of the publishers that laughed at Ubisoft. Like, you want us to acquire you? Like, you're a shit show. Like, no thanks. And you could maybe look over what Microsoft is doing with Activision, and people maybe ask, well, dude, Activision was starting to get in some trouble and it wasn't looking so good for them, and then Microsoft stepped in. And yeah, that's true, but it's because like Microsoft kind of stepped in at the right time though, where it's like things are about to go off a cliff, and Microsoft stepped in like as soon as they were about to go off a cliff, and suddenly they're the savior, right? But it works out for Microsoft because it's like, well, we can kind of get them at the best deal, because, you can kind of, you talk to the leadership at Activision, or the board of Activision, are like, you guys are about to run into a brick wall here. We got a way out for you if we can come to an agreement. Right now, Ubisoft already hit the brick wall. Like, Ubisoft is now trying to think about being acquired after they've already hit the brick wall and the shit's hitting the fan. And so I just thought this was crazy, man, because I honestly didn't know. Like, I kind of knew Ubisoft was always in this kind of, I don't know, in this shaky state, but I was genuinely surprised to see, like, that they came out and they're like, our games aren't selling well. Just Dance isn't selling well. I'm going to be honest, I didn't even realize that was still a thing. They have these big projects in the works, but they're clearly taking a lot longer. They've canceled multiple things. They got to put something like Skull and Bones out. They have like 8 Assassin's Creed games in the works, which is absurd. And I don't know what they're trying to achieve with that many games in that series. The Division was good, but we're not getting a Division 3. Instead, that studio is making a Star Wars game. And Ubisoft was one of the publishers who tried to get in on that NFT bullshit that quickly blew up, and they got away from that real quick, didn't they? You're saying Rainbow Six is better than Sony starting up their own military shooter IP from the ground up. Yeah, but you may be right about that, but the problem is that Sony already made these investments, like you're saying MBG, you're forgetting PlayStation Productions, Ubisoft would complement that. True. But, that's the thing here is you think about bandwidth and dude, PlayStation Productions already has like 11 projects in development. Did you guys know there's a Days Gone movie in development? Let that fucking sink in for a second. A Days Gone movie is in the works. We just got a teaser for a Gran Turismo movie. Okay? And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I'm just saying, dude, Sony is going crazy right now. And I just don't... You're saying that makes no sense. I agree. Why is there a Days Gone movie and not a sequel? Oh my God. But anyway, I guess I'm trying to say that I feel like Sony is already kind of reaching the limits of their bandwidth right now with what they're doing with PlayStation Productions. They hit the ground running at full speed. And right now it seems like it's working out, dude. Like Uncharted, even though it didn't get the best reviews, moneymaker, made over $400 million. The Last of Us HBO, dude, this show is going to be the hit that Sony's been. This is exactly why they started this up. And then they have Twisted Metal. They have a Horizon show for Netflix. They have a God of War show for Amazon. They have a Days Gone movie. They have a Gran Turismo movie. They have a Ghost of Tsushima movie. I'm telling you, man, I don't think PlayStation Productions then needs to be like, well, now we got to make all these Tom Clancy movies and shows, and now we got to. I think it would make sense with these IP that, but if anything, yeah, apparently they're doing something with Jak and Daxter, which is insane. But this is where it's like, I don't think they need more IP to do stuff with. I don't, I think Sony, when it comes to intellectual property, they already have more than they know what to do with. Let me get to these super chats here. Josh, you're saying Sega is like finally a company that had a bigger fall from grace than we did in the 90s. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's crazy. Like the industry right now is in a volatile state, man, where, I think it was Ubisoft who even just said that like this is a time where the most successful things, or even in some cases for big publishers, the only successful things are mega franchises, right? Like mega franchises. And that's crazy where it's like Ubisoft has some mega franchises, but even they alone are proving to not be sustainable by themselves. And actually, if anything, if you see what's happening with Ubisoft and like you look at what other publishers are dealing with, you begin to now understand like, oh, this is why Sony, or specifically, I guess Jim Ryan and his leadership, they're like, dude, I love what we're doing with our single player games and we are selling millions of copies and it's great. But we have to secure some more like we have to create a bigger safety net, basically, and that's going to be done through live service games. And you can kind of begin to see how like just one AAA fuck up, that'll send ripples throughout the entirety of a publisher that could be devastating, So you kind of understand why Sony's doing this. So Narcan Blitzer, you're saying MBG, can we get a rundown of all the games coming out in 2023? Is PS5 current gen only, no cross-gen games this year. There's Forespoken, RE4 Remake, Final Fantasy 16, Spider-Man 2, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, any other games, Star Wars Jedi Survivor right off the bat, Dead Space Remake. These are two games that are PS5 only, current gen only. I'll actually have to try to look up another list to see, because I'm sure there are more, but just off the top of my head, those are the two that aren't on your list. So I'm telling you, man, it's looking good for PS5 for current gen only games in 2023. It's going to look better than it has this entire generation, as it should. But I think there's like some lost time to make up for. And Nakamichi with a very generous $50 donation. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. You're saying, as much as I want Sony to buy Square or others, it will only cause problems in the industry. It is the same concern I have with Microsoft buying Activision. We don't know if Microsoft will hoard legacy games and prevent them from being on other platforms. And actually, Nakamichi, that's the whole thing here. To be honest, I'm in the same boat as you where I would be worried if I saw Sony buy a big publisher, because that is not only concerning for obviously just the entire industry and its health, because when you start to see a situation as we're seeing now where it's like now publishers are basically getting desperate, asking to be acquired, there's a problem in the video game industry if that's where we're at, and it's not good. And Sony nor Microsoft can be the savior in every case. And Ubisoft very well could be the first major publisher that we see that's like, holy shit. Like the first major casualty of this is where we are now in the industry, and they're dying and nothing can save them. This has happened before, but it's one of these things where it's like things have been good for so long, and then you also have to worry about other entities like Tencent, coming in, and you talk about your concern about hoarding legacy games. Well, Nakamichi, here's the thing. We are reaching a point where it's going to begin, if it's not already, and I know some PlayStation fans are going to cringe at this, but it's just the truth. You can already see it in the way that Sony is changing directions, and they've already been changing directions at the start of the PS5 generation. We are at a point in the industry where exclusivity is going to begin to potentially hurt a platform or hurt a publisher, unless it's under very specific circumstances. I need to reiterate that just last year, guys, Herman Hulst literally came out and said, word for word, when it comes to releasing our bigger single player games onto PC, we're going to give it at least about a year. I want you to really think about that. Sony went for 4 generations straight, having games that are exclusive to literally that console and will never not be exclusive to that console unless they're remade for the next console or remastered. They went from that to within just a couple of years into the 5th PS5 generation saying, we're going to give it at least 1 year. No, he did not say 2 years. He said at least 1 year. Now, that doesn't mean that every game is suddenly going. Mark my words, one of the games you're going to see announced during one of these upcoming stated plays, February or March, will be Horizon Forbidden West for PC. Okay? And it's going to happen later this year. If Sony has a state of play in September of this year, you're going to see God of War Ragnarok announced for PC. What I'm trying to say here is that the idea of publishers wanting to hoard their games more and more, I think it's actually going to be quite the opposite. Now, do I think that Sony's going to start releasing games on Xbox and Xbox is going to start releasing games on PlayStation? No, we're not quite there yet, and I don't know if we're ever going to be there, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that if the likelihood of a major publisher getting the Bethesda treatment going forward is incredibly unlikely. I feel like almost what we saw with Microsoft and how they handled Bethesda was kind of a one-off situation where I genuinely think that Microsoft just looked at their own studios, they looked at their games, and they're like, we don't have enough. Like, we can't compete. We're going to need to make Bethesda games our own in order to compete and in order to stand out. Look at where we are now. Microsoft was correct in that assessment because look at who's saving their ass in the first 6 months of 2023. Bethesda. Not Microsoft Studios, Bethesda Studios. So that assessment that Microsoft made, I think it was because they deemed it necessary for their brand. But I actually, the more this goes on, I do believe that when Microsoft says, we don't want to pull these games off of platforms, I believe that. But let's talk about Spyro for a second, right? There's a rumor supposedly, or there's speculation that a new Spyro game is in development and it's going to be announced this year, 25th anniversary of Spyro. The question is, if Microsoft, obviously, if this game's announced, it's going to be coming to PlayStation because Microsoft doesn't own Activision yet. They can't make anything exclusive, and that would look extremely bad for them. Let's just say, let's just flash forward to 2025. Okay. Microsoft announces Crash Bandicoot 5 or something. Is that going to come to PS5? I mean, that's where it's really difficult to tell. Like, the fear you have, Nakamichi, is warranted because a part of me thinks, no, I could see Microsoft making that exclusive. Because that's something that they could like actually really leverage for their platform. Be like, we got Crash exclusively. And it's, you look at what they did with Bethesda, and you do kind of you understand that it's a weird time, man. Like, to be honest, it's a very weird time, and I think that right now, when it comes to the gamer, when it comes to the consumer, the safest bet is, Nakamichi, what you're saying is to basically say, I hope no one gets bought. Because if no one gets bought, that signals two things. Number one, it signals you don't have to worry about losing games. Well, I guess maybe you don't, because it's like Microsoft and Sony, specifically Sony, could still strike up exclusivity deals, but the chances of losing games like permanently or something like that, drops very, very low. And then number two, it also means that the industry is healthy. Like when publishers aren't being bought, that's a good sign because it means the industry is healthy and sustainable. Where we are right now is genuinely concerning because each publisher now has to figure out their own strategy to survive and thrive. And you can clearly see that Ubisoft's strategy is not working. You're saying we could get the opposite, bankruptcy. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, if it's this publisher is going to be completely erased from existence, or they're going to be purchased for dirt cheap by a publisher, we would much rather see them be purchased than die, because at least they can live another day, and that gives it a chance, regardless of what platform it's on or how it works out. So it's like if Ubisoft were to be purchased by somebody very soon, I wouldn't. I mean, I would be a little bit upset because it's like, Ubisoft, you kind of did this to yourself. But at the same time, it's like, well, maybe this is the best chance they had. Because I'm telling you now, if Ubisoft doesn't get purchased, I thought it was fucking absurd how Yves Guillemot, I think he's the CEO of Ubisoft, he basically sent out an email to employees saying, guys, I really need you to turn it around. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, you're out here basically telling your employees, like, you need to get this sorted out and make better games. Like, have you seen the games you're telling them to make? Like, it's unbelievable. Don't get me wrong. There are certainly concerns of, like, is it a lack of talent? What's going on? I mean, you look at the Prince of Persia remake, no offense to that studio, but it's like, that ain't going to cut it. Like, I could kind of understand maybe looking at something like that, the management looking at the studio and being like, but in general, when you look at most of what Ubisoft has done, it's just like, you guys, these are self-inflicted wounds. It really, telling your employees to work harder and be better while simultaneously taking zero accountability and responsibility for your failure to properly lead in the gaming industry. It's like, what are you doing, man? And what's concerning about that is, to me, that signals that the leadership at Ubisoft is 100% going to destroy this publisher. Because if that's really what they believe, like it's their developers ruining it for them and they're the ones screwing it up. Like, if they don't see the problem with Far Cry 6, like, as it's not a bad game. Like, Far Cry 6 is not a bad game. It's actually got all the makings of a good game, but it's look at where we are with this game now. Like who let's take a moment to think, what's Far Cry 7 going to be? What about Far Cry 8? Like, you see what I'm saying? There has to be breaks. There has to be new things that are good. I don't know, man. The fact that they're turning to the developers and blaming them tells me that they're gonna ensure, the leadership at Ubisoft is going to ensure that this company goes under, man, because that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And so this whole conversation really is uncertain times is the best way I could put it. We are in uncertain times in the gaming industry, and I think the stance that a lot of consumers take is, I don't care, man. I just want to play good games. And I actually agree with that. I agree with that. Like, I'm looking forward to a lot of the things coming out, but the one thing that we can't escape, and I think if you're somebody who cares about the AAA gaming space, or you just, care about the way gaming has been for a long time, or like there's certain aspects of gaming you care about, it's really important, I think, to understand fundamentally that the costs of making AAA games are rising, and it's becoming more demanding, and it's becoming harder and harder to find profitable success. And so this is where I feel like a couple of years ago, when we talked about the things that like Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst were saying, and the sudden decisions that they were making when it comes to, oh man, PlayStation's really changing things up with this new leadership, and they're saying that they're talking about live service games. We're clearly going to get microtransactions, and they're making all these movies, and they're making all these shows. Like, what's going on here? And now you can kind of begin. I start to think that, like, holy shit, dude, Jim Ryan may actually be really, really good at his job, because a lot of the things that Sony was basically forecasting when it comes to like certain pivots and shifts they might have to make, because based off of the trajectory things are going, I mean, you look at what's going on and it's like, dude, PlayStation is in good position. But here's the important thing I want to emphasize about PlayStation is they are not untouchable. We need to be worried for PlayStation, and this is where Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst, they're the leadership, but it is at the end of the day kind of up to the development teams to bring something to life and to do it well. And I have the utmost faith in PlayStation Studios, but it's going to be so important to hone in and pay close attention to the either success or failure that Sony finds in the live service space, because I used to think that the worry was, oh man, if Sony has a big hit live service game like Apex Legends or something as big as GTA Online or Minecraft or something like that, it's over. That's all they're going to care about, and they're going to abandon single player games. Actually, I'm more concerned the other way around, because if Sony doesn't find enough success in the live service space going forward, that means the amount of pressure that's going to be put on each of their studios making single-player AAA games is going to potentially be crippling. And that's concerning, because when it gets to a point, like, I'm a believer in high risk, high reward can bring great things. Having the pressure on, people can perform their best. You can get the best results from people, but that can also be taken to an extreme upper limit to where it'll just break something. And we don't want to see that. And we are getting dangerously close to, like, people wonder why. How come Sony released, for example, like in 2022, we talk about PlayStation Studios and their first party output. And the biggest complaint I've seen, and it's not coming from a lot of people, but it's something that even if you're a fan of the games that Sony released, you kind of have to acknowledge that, yeah, this is true. We got sequels. We got a remake of a game that wasn't necessarily needed. I mean, it definitely wasn't needed. And whether it was wanted, it was questionable at best. We got a remake, and then every other game was a sequel. GT7, sequel to, the best-selling franchise. Horizon Forbidden West, sequel to a new successful franchise. God of War Ragnarok, another sequel to one of Sony's best-selling franchises. And, when people look at that and you have to ask, well, why does it seem like Sony basically played it safe? You're so safe in 2022. Like, where's the new IP? Well, as Kevin is pointing out, it takes time, but it's also because, dude, like, it's kind of necessary. Like, Sony doesn't have like a big successful live service game that they can bank on. They needed to make sure that they're bringing in the money in 2022, that they're continuing the growth. And to be honest, it's just like, even looking at the way a game like God of War Ragnarok was developed, like a lot of the complaints that people had, and there weren't many, but people being like, oh, it's too handholdy or whatever. They're telling me all the puzzles. And it's like, dude, yeah, they're trying to make the game more generally appealing. That's what they're trying to do. They know the sequel is going to sell well, but they really want to try to maximize and clear. And you look at the numbers, it's working. What Sony's doing is working. But let me just paint a quick picture for you. All right. And this is probably, I do have, believe it or not, one more topic I want to discuss briefly before I end this podcast. Let me paint this picture for you. Okay. Let's say Sony, this is not going to happen, but it's just a total hypothetical. Let's say just Sony has a showcase in February. They're not going to, but let's just say they announce one. And at this showcase, they announce a brand new, we'll do Bend Studio. This is where Sony Bend shows off their brand new AAA IP. Okay. And it's this game that clearly has had a lot of money dumped into it, a lot of time. And this is like a huge production value game. However, the conversation after the reveal, people are torn. People are looking at it and are like, that doesn't look as good as I thought it would, or I don't know about this game, whatever it might be. Basically, the question people are beginning to ask is, they chose this over Days Gone 2? And suddenly it's like, the conversation isn't dominant in like, oh my God, that looks incredible. That looks amazing. I can't wait. But it's actually, people are unsure. Now, let's say the game is scheduled to release like late 2024. And so throughout 2023, they show more. Basically, what I'm describing is Forespoken. But imagine it's a Sony game. Imagine a new AAA IP comes out, and it's clear a lot went into it. And by the time we get to the release of the game, it's pretty clear that like this did not win people over the way it was supposed to. And if Sony were to release that game and it flops, dude, at this point in time, that could be fucking like really harmful to the PlayStation business. Like that could hurt them really bad. I don't want to say critically, because it's not like one failed game means they're going under, but that will be bad news. And it's just, that's the situation that Sony's in right now. And as they've continued to ramp up their game production costs more and more, I know people thought that Jim Ryan was just lying Jim, greedy Jim, when he said, hey, we have to increase the price of our games to $70. The cost of making these AAA games, it's going up, man. And Sony got fucking ripped to shreds for doing that. And look at where we are now. Where even Microsoft, and yes, I know there's Game Pass, and of course that's, people are going to be like, oh, I'm just going to subscribe to Game Pass, of course. But the point is, even Microsoft, you could argue they had like if anybody had zero reason to increase the cost of their AAA games, it was fucking Microsoft, and even they did it. So clearly it must be pretty serious if a publisher who's giving you access to these games through a freaking service also comes out and is like, yeah, we're going to have to also do what Sony's doing, because it's just, it turns out that the cost of developing AAA video games in today's day and age, it is incredibly risky. It is incredibly expensive. And Sony is not Microsoft, man. Sony is not a $1 trillion company. I'm not saying Sony isn't worth a lot of money. Sony has a lot of money, but you can clearly see how things can go really well for these big companies, and they can just as quickly go very poorly, and they can turn on a dime, and suddenly they're going downhill, and they're going down rapidly. And my point with everything I'm saying right now is that I am rooting for Sony to find success in as many areas as they can, even if they're areas that I'm not super interested in, because at the end of the day, as long as the leadership at PlayStation, as long as they don't stray away from, what has buttered their bread forever now, which is regardless of how much success The Last of Us HBO finds, regardless of how much success your future mobile games may find or your live service games, as long as you always remember, and the fact that they're expanding these IPs, remember where the IP came from. Even Rockstar Games, who I believe at this point many feel that Rockstar has completely fallen from grace. They are a shell of what they used to be. They just care about GTA Online. That is true. And even I sit here today and think, man, what the hell happened to you guys? But the reality is, even when they release GTA 6, they know what buttered their bread from the start. And that is at this point, quadruple A, massive, over the top, insane production value, single player experience that has quality that just blows people's minds. We're going to get that. So even from somebody from a publisher who's went all in, and they've had every reason to do so, unfortunately, on the live service GTA Online. Now, the problem is, what's the next story we're going to get? Are we going to have to wait another 10 plus years for another story from this awesome studio? Yeah, probably. But I'm just pointing out that it's these companies, the moment they completely step away from what made them what they are known for, what made them who they are, well, that's when it all goes downhill, in my opinion. And I don't see Sony ever doing that. When I could see that happening to Sony realistically? It's not going to be under Jim Ryan's leadership. It's not going to be under Herman Hulst's leadership. At some point, Herman Hulst and Jim Ryan are going to, I'm assuming they'll either leave the company or they will cycle into a different position within Sony. And that could be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's hard to say, but it does happen. The leadership changes. The only, if something really cataclysmic happens underneath Sony, I could see that happening under new leadership that are basically people who are not they're not from PlayStation. They weren't there. They don't understand what makes PlayStation tick. And I will tell you, that's, if there's anything that I'm fearful for in the future underneath Sony and the PlayStation brand, is if that day ever happens and that day ever comes, because you see it all the time. You say, I sound like a Jim Ryan fanboy. Oh, it's like I always say, man, I'm not a Jim Ryan fanboy. I mean, he could be, who knows? He could be the one that destroys PlayStation when it's all said and done. I don't think so. There's no sign of that happening. But this is how it always goes, guys, where it's the moment you appoint somebody who is just doesn't know what makes the brand what it is, who doesn't understand the history, who doesn't care about the history, and basically, or even worse, just has lack of experience in anything, that's when you see shit take a wrong turn. And yes, Jim Ryan, as I always tell people, I'm telling you, there's no way Jim Ryan could be the undoing of PlayStation. You know why? Because he's been there since 1993, man. He's been there since the PS1. That guy knows what's important to PlayStation. He may seem kind of out of touch sometimes, but believe me, he knows what makes PlayStation tick. What makes PlayStation tick. And that the day we lose that is the day that I fear at some point. So, but right now, I think things are looking good, man. We got Jim Ryan at the top. We got Herman Hulst as the leader of PlayStation Studios, and I think Herman knows what he's doing. I think Herman knows exactly what PlayStation is all about. And we have Shuhei Yoshida underneath that, who's truly the vet of PlayStation Studios running the indie stuff. And that's a trifecta there. I think that's a good. I think that in the end, this could turn out to be one of the best, if not the best generation for PlayStation, if it all pans out correctly. But it's really beyond that I really question, like, what are the future generations of PlayStation start to look like? Anyway, as I almost just snapped my arm there. Got one last topic I got to talk about because this is going on very long and I'm starting to feel the effects of the 4-hour podcast setting in. I wanted to make sure to talk about this new studio called Maverick Games that has come out. And it was recently announced that multiple lead developers from Playground Games, the studio that's responsible for the Forza Horizon games and are also working on Fable, they formed a new studio called Maverick Games. They announced they are working on a AAA open-world multi-platform game. There's no word on what genre the game will be, but it's exciting considering the talent that Playground Games is bringing out. Now, I just want to say, I'm not trying to take a shot at Microsoft here. I'm not, okay? And people tell me all the time, they're like, dude, leadership leaves all the time. That is true, but not like this, okay? I have to find this because I want to make it clear. Playground Games. I want to make it clear just how many people left Playground Games. Okay, we're not talking about one or two developers. So it says here, the Leamington Spa UK-based outfit, that being Maverick, is led by former Forza Horizon creative director Mike Brown. So they lost the creative director, and he's actually serving as the creative director in this new one. They lost their chief operating officer, who was actually, they lost who is now the chief operating officer. This was Harinder Sangha. I don't know if I'm saying the name correctly, but they were the co-studio. They're now the co-studio head. They were the chief operating officer. They lost an executive producer. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting this all backwards. The executive producer at the new studio Maverick was formerly the lead producer at Playground. So let me go over this one more time. They lost the creative director. They lost the chief operating officer. They lost the lead producer. They lost their chief of technology. They also lost their technical art director. They lost their audio director. They lost their and actually there's a random one here where they have an ex studio art director from EA. And I'm just like, bro, dude, there are people out here just being like, yeah, that's normal. That's normal. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's not normal, bro. Now, here's the good news. Here's the good news for Playground Games. Like, if you're somebody who's a fan of Playground Games and of getting the, bi-yearly Forza Horizon, I don't think you have to worry. The reason being is because I feel like even though they lost all of this talent, because like, I don't know, man, I can't help but feel like that sounds like a crippling blow to the studio, to be frank. Like that's not just one lead. You pretty much lost the lead in almost every one of your major departments. But at the same time, it's Forza Horizon. Like, I feel like basically the people who are taking their spots, what they have to do is, okay, so we have already, like, everything's already set up here. You just gotta like follow the road, what we do, just keep it going, basically. Keep the gears turning, keep it well oiled. That's it. Follow the process. Trust the process. I feel like that's probably all they have to do. You're saying MBG, the chief operating officer, was from Sumo Digital. Okay, true. All right, so they're basically two. Well, that sounds like it's could be detrimental to Sumo Digital, but I'm basically just saying this. Like, I don't think Forza is going to be in trouble. It's if this was like, if these were the people who were working on like Fable or something, I just kissed my mic. If these were the people who were working on Fable, I would be much more concerned. Like, I think Fable might be in serious trouble, but it's not. This is an established franchise, so I'm just putting that out there. Like, that's not why I'm covering this. I'm not really covering this because it's like, oh, there we go, dude. Playground Games is in trouble. They're in deep shit. Make no mistake. If this was a Sony studio, there would be a lot of Xbox fanboys telling us every day how that studio's doomed and they're in trouble. But we know how these things work. The main reason I'm excited about this is because I actually think Playground Games is an incredibly talented studio. And to me, it seems clear that this is not going to be a racing game. Why on God's green earth would this be a racing game? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You can tell I've been talking way too long. It makes no sense. But what I'm excited about is, I want to see like what these devs can do. Maverick Studio, that they're clearly veteran, talented studio here made of vets. Who do we know that is attracted to that? Who is attracted to veteran industry talent? You already know who, Sony. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sony's already given them a call up, basically trying to figure out what this team's all about. And that's very interesting to me, man, because we have seen this happen numerous times in the past 5 years where these vet devs leave these known entities that work on some of the biggest games in the industry. They make their own stuff. And apparently, we've seen Sony kind of get in on the ground floor. They acquired Haven. They get involved with Deviation Games. They get involved with Firewalk Studios. And who knows? Maybe Maverick could be the next one here. And I've always respected Playground Games. I think that what they do in the racing game genre is incredible. And I think the only thing that I'm a little bit nervous about is because they don't. We don't know what Fable's going to be like. Fable's going to be Playground Games' first foray into something that's not in the driving space or the racing space. And I feel the same way about Maverick Studio, where it's like, okay, I think it's good that they have somebody from Sumo Digital and somebody from EA because, I don't know what to expect. I will say, though, look at Guerrilla Games. They were known for the FPS, Killzone. Who would have thought that they could produce what they did with Horizon? So that's all I really wanted to say. I didn't want to keep going on about this. I just wanted to make sure because I had that written down as a topic, and I tried my best to get through all of my topics during this episode. Rashdam, you're saying that's what we thought with 343 plus Halo with Bungie. Yeah, right? Hopefully it's not another 343 situation. Hopefully not, man. But I think that's it, guys. Those are all the topics I have for you today. I'm just scrolling through, making sure I covered everything. Yeah, we're good here, man. I pretty much covered all of my topics today. That rarely ever happens. So yeah, this was a really good podcast, guys. I really enjoyed this. I had a lot to say. The energy levels were good today. I'm well rested. I got some good sleep, so that definitely helps. I guess at this point, the final thing I'll say is, I'm going to be interested to see with some of the things we talked about today, talking about, a leaked PlayStation show that's coming or whatever that's coming up. I'm just going to be curious to see when we start to hear more about that, if it's going to be this month, if it's going to be early next month. And if there's anything related to Metal Gear, you guys know, I will keep you guys updated. Some of the topics I did discuss in this podcast, I didn't actually discuss in a video format yet. So you might see some of these topics talked about in an upcoming video. Just giving you guys the heads up. But, a lot of people who catch the videos don't necessarily watch the podcasts. But with this being said, I'm going to end this podcast by doing two things. Number one, I just want to ask you guys once more to hit that like button. We should be able to very easily crush 400 likes before this ends. And then I also want to make sure I do my shout outs here. So as always, shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the podcast timestamps. For those who don't know, he usually gets them up within 24 to 48 hours of the podcast ending, and I pin them in the top comment underneath the podcast. And I want to give a shout out to my Play Has No Limits Plus and my Play Has No Limits membership tier. Shout out to Lefty Cross, Crispy, PlayStation Pete, Padsy, Pragmatic Cat, Skin Tight Salmon, Nakamichi, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Whiskey Gaming, RU46 N2 Ray, Josh Z, Bear. I think I just blew a bubble. That's not a name. I think I just literally blew a bubble from my mouth. Bear, Sir Speaks a Lot, Introvert Gaming Dude, Michael McCon, MBG9505, DG Ad, Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Kevin Kahan, Zanarkan Blitzer, JD TV, Aaron S., Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, and Black Manta 1989. And last but not least, certainly not least, a huge thank you to everybody who donates a super chat when I do these streams. I will always say it because it's true and it will remain true. I literally could not do what I do here with this community if it wasn't for your direct support. So to everybody who donated a super chat, thank you so much. I really am humbled. It's incredible to be able to do what I do here. So thank you for that. And thank you to all my members. And thank you to everybody who watches the podcast. But that does it, guys. That's Press X Podcast, episode 143 in the books. And I'll keep you guys updated with, videos throughout the week. So look forward to them. And I hope to see you guys here again, same time, same place next week with episode 144. So till then, guys,